either, while maybe ruining a few hate watchers at the same time. It is Vitality versus Heretics, and our grand final is underway.
Well, we start the story here on Breeze today with a bit of defensive aggression coming out of Vitality already. 3 players blitzing out on mid, or more so slowly stepping out and containing that space. For Heretics, we can see the goal is to move to the A site, and so Durka, man who's had his ups and downs. At times the Neon hasn't looked great, but on the Jet, he's looked fantastic. Koshmaris, though, has come through and put him in the dirt right away with a post plant now for Heretics.
Spike planted.
Yeah, different styles, different ideas, but the fact is for Heretics, we saw their attack side yesterday and it was utterly dominant. The momentum with them, they were devastating to play against, and Koshmara's up on this corner, almost just going to avoid the knife just to not give his position away, and already 3 kills at the pistol round for him. It leaves just 2 standing, Profek and Chronicle. But with that backside locked down, the wall still standing, no way through all of this additional utility. It feels like an impossible task already. And although Chronicle will get 1, it is all a consolation. A pistol round for Heretics and a solid start to the game.
Kosh has had one hell of an uptick. When he came in week 2, it was a shaky performance on the chamber. But things...
Nice, let's go.
Things have turned around. He's now looked like a beacon of hope for all the aspiring duelists out there. And for Heretics' 1-0 start, I think that comes off of his back. Only 1 pickup for Vitality in the first round. It was Chronicle finding that very late stage kill. And with classics and a single investment into the Bandit, it's not likely that they'll be able to do anything to keep this economy of the attackers modest. Right now, big investment from the attack and an opportunity if Vitality can find a couple of kills to make it costly. To be fair, Heretics are moving towards the numbers, towards the stack.
Well, Dark already a little bit of chip damage. See Profek trying to be cheeky around the edge of the cove. Basically just trying to create angles for his team, and while you mentioned the Bandit, it's already dissipated. Here is that sneaky play, but too many on the other side. Sayonara, though, has managed a quick double. An unlikely round, and still unlikely, with the weaponry in hand, an opportunity for Chronicle, but nothing more. Incredibly costly. The Heretics are 2-0.
Yeah, 2 rifles and a pistol saved forward, but like we said, considering 4 classics and a Bandit was what they were facing off against, this should have been a much more convincing round. It's a good sign of life early on from Vitality, who really didn't look too involved in the pistol round.
Yeah, I want to watch Durka as well, though, because last time he played this map, we're talking about a guy who went 26-8. I think the only player that I can think of in recent times is Riens, who also on this map went 22-6. So there are some heavy hitters. Of course, for Riens, the story is he does it a lot against Foot, but, well, considering the buy in this round, that's a huge early pickup from Benji. And although there's a lot of vulnerabilities, Woot with that Headhunter, you still got to be careful.
Yeah, well, a man down already in the form of Durka. Heretics are able to really pump the brakes on this one and take their time. Massive value to be found in this round, and as we're saying, Sage res online. Any mistakes that are made can immediately be undone. And they move to the A side again, showing a lot of preference for this side of the map in the early stages of these rounds. Trapped behind, and they're fully secured. This is going to be a 5-man blitz out with utility. Already at least dealing with the drone. But for Yambi and For Yambi and Profek, the hard work is about to begin. That flash didn't catch, but a double on the back of it anyways. The swing out from these 2 defenders looked to give the round to Vitality. But how quickly that has fallen apart. Benji Fishy with a triple kill, locks down that plant, and now we're in a 3v1 post plant. A crazy round for Heretics, and if they can lock this one in, a huge advantage in the early stages of their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, Chronicle. Always good for big moments, big rounds, but they're able to isolate angles again with that wall. Viper screen as well, making things awkward, and they've already spotted him on the reposition first. Not bad. But the instant trade out from Koshmaris keeps that streak going. And actually something I want to talk about, it was mentioned, I was going to say on the desk, but I guess it technically was on the stage by Mini. It's the value of, well, sort of the double ban and going into the picks. And for Vitality, I think it's clear that the third map in this series is their best. The thing that worries me about this, though, is that if there's probably one team, maybe other than Eternal Fire, who I don't want to give momentum to, it is Team Heretics. And this is a map that it was already mentioned. They won 13-1 against Foot. They've proven that they can be stellar, especially getting to start on this attack side. Sure, like you have a good map coming up as a third, but I don't know, if you end up going 2-0 down in this series, I don't know if Vitality will bring it back.
And it looks like Heretics are already having fun. You saw that wall go up from Boo, Benji on top of it. It's how he's able to find that his second kill in the round, but his opening was disgusting on the walk up on mid. And his closer, the quick adjustment to drop Sayonara on the bridge. It was a clean round from Heretics, but you have to give Benji his flowers for it. And a 3-0 position now into pistols, it's no surprise to see them taking this one slow. You hope that Vitality get impatient, they push for information, they walk into your rifles, and you get the advantage. When that doesn't happen, all you can really do is lean on some blind hope. We saw them push into the A side. It was a stack that they ran into. This time it looks like we'll have a bit of a fake play out. You were going to send Woot and Benji towards the A site. Viper wall should go up here, and that's going to draw the eye. Will it draw the rotations, though? I mean, the knife's only seen 2. It might be enough, but you can see they're suspicious. Chronicle's sticking on B. There's still 4 players here.
This is a problem. And that's not gone well. Already the Bandit finds one victim, the Bucky, the other. And now Riens needs to clear up, and he's just missed out on that spray. Time ticking away. And they have to chase down Prophet. 10 seconds left. Spike plant not happening, but he's in the corner. And actually, he just waits. Benji runs through. The Bucky finds another victim. And all he has to do at this stage is survive. And he will. A Rimble clutch. Prophet with a Bucky triple kill. And yes, Mitch, it's already got weird.
And you can see the idea, right? Heretics have gone A 3 rounds in a row. That's been where they've put the pressure. Now they pump the brakes, late round, put the wall up, send 2 players there, even get seen by the knife. I mean, why wouldn't that look like another hit of the A side to the defender? But because it's a low buy, you can take those risks. If you start to rotate now, you're not going to get there.
Let's go blindly! Let's go blindly!
And maybe they even have a read of what's going on the other side of the stage. They blindly, indeed, run into that stack. This time, Vitality, the ones able to claim victory from that chaos. Is this the way back in for them? It looked like a very strong start from Heretics, but that round loss could undo it all. Luckily, they've still got the credits to fight for this one.
An operator purchased up as well for Durka. Now, he is one of the only players that is vulnerable to the Outlaw on the other side. A couple of ultimates available for this attack as well, so they're not out of it just yet. And a swing in, that's already an instant pickup. The other of the 2 players that actually did have the light shield was Yumpy. And from the elation of winning a round off the back of a Bucky to now being a man down once again, those openings have not been going Vitality's way.
No, they haven't. It seems to be an across-the-board problem as well. Heretics are finding so much value, whether it be poking through that mid space, through that A space. But what has happened in the late rounds is that Vitality have had the numbers in the right spot. We're going on more than half the rounds with this one included. And now the B site, 3 players in position, stacked up and ready, but the Hunter's Fury, it deals damage to start at will. Take down Chronicle, Koshmaris with another and a double to add this up. It's Heretics with a plan out of this situation. And Durka, well, if he's fed a kill here, could go very quickly wrong for Heretics, but that wall up may just have forced the save out of Durka. I think it should have.
Yeah.
And he'll be saving this one through with, again, a lights out start from Heretics. They stumble a little bit in the previous, but they're back on track.
Yeah, I like it as well. We've seen that consistently from Benji, just cycling through that Viper screen while they're getting through the plant. And it just means that any player trying to get a cheeky pick has just seen absolutely nothing and acting as that deterrent. I also think as well that re-ends and just somehow managing to target the one guy that could have basically torn that round apart with the flank coming through on the site. Just picking him off with the Hunter's Fury has saved them. And they've used those ults incredibly well. 4-1 up, a solid early start. And sure, that operator goes into the next round, but you also have to bear in mind that those credits are not in a good spot whatsoever for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, it's not going to be a pretty buy around that operator. In fact, it might not even be a buy.
They're panicking and like doing some random shit, you know?
Well, a timeout called. Maybe he's onto something. Panicking so far hasn't been the case, but quite a statement from Heretics starting at this map. Like you said, this is what I was going to touch on, the fact that Breeze, it's not like this is where all the eggs are put into one basket for Vitality. They have Pearl coming up later, which we expect to be an even stronger map for many teams. Maybe it would have been the one that they picked first coming into this. But if Vitality's idea was to, you know, come in with a less strong map and have a good performance, really get the ball rolling, it hasn't worked so far. This is where that could change, though. Up in the hands of Durka is the main hope of this round. A rifle for Profek, and he was offered the fight early. But the Jet of Durka not able to connect the shot. And now they might be a bit more hesitant to give him another bite of the cherry. In fact, no, they're not. They're running in.
No, the flash caught so many they thought they were dead. Instead, whoa, he may be full blind, but it doesn't matter for Koshmaras. He could sense his target. Unfortunately, that leaves them out of the sight. Wu in quite an aggressive position. Just sitting up front, and he's going to catch out Profek. That's a gun onto the deck, which, okay, maybe Chronicle can retrieve, but they are losing personnel to man those guns and almost hoping that Durka could find one on the cross. He's also got to start making the decision of, okay, if we're not going to win this round, do I want an operator next round?
I think the answer is yes. He's running for the hills, or maybe specifically for the beach. And now Heretics maybe a little too far away to contest this further. Pistol to be dropped, but those two weapons will be saved over for the defensive side. It is a small consolation prize, considering their opponents now sit on 5. This is a strong start indeed for Heretics. Where are Vitality, and when will they show up?
Yeah, I think this was definitely the danger of picking this map. Like, we've seen two sides to the Vitality Breeze. The one that came out versus Fnatic, where Durka was utterly dominating. I think the best individual performance, maybe from even anyone this stage. 392 ACS.
We have the control again.
259 ADR.
Guys,
it was insane. But then there's the other side of the coin when they played against BBL, which was where we literally saw their coaching staff snap because of how badly it went. So it's definitely not been dominant for them, whereas for Heretics, a 13-1 and a 13-4, this is a great... you almost think they might have chosen this first if they had the choice.
Yeah, maybe they had veto advantage. Throw everything we know out the window. Playing mind games, controlling Vitality. I don't know how they've ended up here, but if you're a Heretics fan, you're certainly happy to see how things are playing out so far. Round 7, rifles up across the board. Ults online as well, one away from Viper's Pit on Chronicle. Yumpy and Sayo already have theirs. This is a big turning point round for Vitality, or at least it has to be. And it starts with the op of Durka. Fortunately, that one kill is all he's going to get. Koshmaras has been on his case.
Yeah, I don't think the head-to-head is going to be particularly kind to Durka in that one, especially the manner in which Koshmaras has just been taking space into sites. In this case, not so much, but...
Gonna res as well. Did they Hunter's Fury off this? Sayonara's looking in the right direction. This might be an immediate Hunter's Fury reaction, and it looks like it is. Tag gonna be found. Oh, following up, he'll just about miss him. Woot survives, and the heal comes through. That's another old
so
bled
jarring.
from Vitality.
That's got to be so tilting. Like, you've just wasted it in a scenario where you think you've got a guaranteed kill, and instead, you're now a man down. Good timing of the ult, though, coming out from Yumpy. This has taken a lot of time. 15 seconds about to be coming in on the count, and they don't have any utility. You can't even quickly move into space with Koshmaras, and they are being shut down because of it. Leaving a couple at the back of the site. They need to kill Yumpy immediately, and they have done, but they didn't get the spike in time. And Chronicle's going to win just sitting on the beach all the way back in spawn. No opportunity, a Red Bull clutch, and a tight round, but a round. And that's what Vitality are looking for at this point.
Well, it is very much so. This could course correct them, I agree. But you look at Heretics right now, how we've gotten here. It's been flash in the pan rounds. from Vitality, and by no means repeatable ones. Their margin for EMEA has been so slow, the margin by which they're winning these rounds so thin. And on the other side, that's not been the case. Heretics have come through and dominated their round success in pretty much every round, even when they've ran into the numbers. So for Vitality, sure, it works, but where's the repeatable wins?
Yeah. Oh, Operator was kept. And already, that's a huge start. Getting rid of Koshmaris. Of course, in the last round, he got wrecked by the null command. No speed, and things become a little bit more difficult. Even still, though, they're into the post plant. No ultimates to play with. Viper's pick could potentially be used to try and pick up some space, but the position that Chronicle's in, unlikely. And this still is very dangerous for Vitality.
Buy a bit more time as Yumpy realizes the trap is behind, but look who's bypassed it. Durka and Chronicle went through the elbow, so they get to stab in the back. Blade Storm out, and it's a clean kill for Durka. 3 on the board for Vitality. They got there in the end.
Yeah, that was a much, much cleaner round. Like, firstly, getting the opener, playing off the site, expecting something a little bit more aggressive, and in-zone flawless coming off the back of it as well, with that retake coming in from behind. That seemed much more set up by Vitality than a lot of the other rounds, and maybe Rians' sort of point of them panicking is kind of now diminished. The pause making a difference, but even still,
Good call, brother.
we're currently sat on both teams' favored sides.
Right. Okay, the retakes actually looking juicy.
Yeah, so do we think it's better leaving?
Oh, you can't do that to us.
I thought we were getting some secrets.
You're about to learn something.
Now all I know is the retake looks juicy, and I don't know, I feel like I could tell that on my own. Pace change, though. Operator in hand again for Durka, but so much pressure being put on him. Koshmaris didn't see him up top, and that's a nice free kill. An attempt to trade it, walk straight into Chronicle.
Now what do you do for Heretics? They have to fight for this backside control, but you're running into an off of Durka, and Chronicle finally out of ammo, though he'll be caught off, and of course there's players there to fill in the gaps. Vitality had gone from picking up breadcrumbs to a feast on this defensive side. 4 rounds now locked in. They're just 1 behind after a very slow start.
Maybe that head-to-head starting to turn a little bit. I think just a split second later, and that would have been Durka being revealed up top. Instead, he was patient. And then you could see the trickle effect of everybody coming back in time. Well, 5-4. Already going to be getting another pause coming out. From the Heretics side, of course, like, you've had this hot start, 5-1 up. You're talking about a team that has been in many finals, but winning them has been a different story within the VCT, as you can see. It has always been the second places, which, hey, if you're looking to get to international events, that's pretty good. I'm sure there are plenty of orgs within EMEA that would see that and go, I'll take that tomorrow for the rest of my life, just to be able to go to these events. But it's always and
so on. It haunts a lot of players, and I think that's just when you feel like you haven't met your goal. When you were in your grand final, several grand finals, that close to your goal, and it slips through your grasp, it definitely does start to create a cloud that follows you. A very, very gray one, but Heretics have always done well with dealing with the mental side of the game. Time to put more rounds up, though. 5-1 lead has been challenged. Koshmaris, even though he gets the opening, Durka trades it. A straight spam through the wall with the op, and now we're back to a 4v4. Benji's going to have to use that pit. And then, you know, as soon as he does that, Durka's chance of impact plummets.
I am looking, though, at the Reckoning online. A chance to make things a lot more awkward for the players within an aggressive position from Whoop. Bucky's actually going to be the one to get the kill. I've seen far too many Bucky kills in this game already. Whoa, the rest of them all look easy. Heretics take a pause, a direct hit, and an immediate return to the scoreboard. Lead will not be lost just yet.
For such a tight game, it's remarkable that Koshmaris is able to get away with as much as he is. He is finding so much value in those early fights. And often I'm thinking, like,
Let's go!
isn't that perfect utility to set him up, but I've seen a number
haven't
of
even
fights where
harbor
he
it, bro.
just
They
runs
did
at
that,
him.
bro. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And if it works, it works. 6-4, 2 rounds left to play with Vitality bleeding almost down to just
okay.
one,
They got
but
him.
Koshmaris is dealt with, and that's the difference. He's found success, and they build on that success flawlessly. But what about when there is a flaw? Then all the screws start to come loose as Woot now finds himself surrounded. In goes
Bring
the
it back.
drone, and he is dead to rights, even with the res. That's more targets for Yumpy. He's found another, and the advantage sits with the defense.
And unfortunately for Boo, all he's really done is ruin Koshmaris' KD.
They didn't see Sayo.
Dying twice. Sayonara in the corner, and okay! Boo was very well prepared for that
Alrighty.
one. Leaves it back into a 2 versus 2. Boo with another. The IGL trying to take this over himself, leaving Chronicle to try and clutch. And it seems like there's been opportunities. They're lining up, but he just can't get the kill over the line. Heretics will cling to life in this round. It seemed like Vitality had them, but not this time.
Well, after that 5-1 start, it looked like they might not even lead at the half. But 1 round left to play for, and that lead is locked in for Team Heretics now. Boo does so well to find that player in the corner. When the drone went out, they saw 2 players backside, but neither of them were Sayo, and he was there earlier on. They add up the numbers, they find the right answer. And that flash does not quite go the way it's intended. Now posted on the angle is Woot instead, and Durka still walks into it. That's why you wanted the flash to push that man back, but give him the time to readjust, to reset up. You're not getting back out there. It's another early advantage for Heretics.
Yeah, the fact is all that flash really did was tell Woot that there was definitely someone there.
Someone's coming.
Otherwise, that flash is mental. Woot posted on the angle. 2 players already have rotated in towards this B site, and it seems like Yumpy on the other side of the map is already having ideas of where this is going to be going, mainly because of how aggressive Prophet has been able to get into A main. He's got eyes that nobody's there. Drone spotted, Sayonara in real trouble. They know exactly where he is, revealed at the back. Gives a further advantage, but this time Koshmaris has been shot down! And Chronicle, just like that, flips the round. A 2v2. They're going to know that there's one within the site, but the second, still unknown. Woot's position hasn't been seen, hasn't been spotted, and Boo's just going to try and get up close. In fact, he's playing right around the edge of the wall. Here's that second flash, both now being used. That utility has faded away for the side of Vitality, but the reposition from Prophet, that gives an opportunity, that gives some time. But actually, his opponent is sat within his own utility. In fact, both of them are. They are just waiting within the cove, and they're checking every angle. Eventually, they'll spot one, but they baited! Turning it back into a 1 versus 1. That cove is eventually going to fade away, and he needs to find the shot. Needs to try and get this kill instead.
Oh, he's
just trying to
blinded him!
stick it in front of his eyes! That's madness from Prophet! moved into position for Benji to get a freebie, and then just moments later, you got both Yumpy and Chronicle just finding them all around the site, ring around, just to try and find anything they could.
Where did the neon come from? Just push
He
me.
pushed elbow. He pushed elbow.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, good read. Good read. That's exactly what happened. And that was a gap that Vitality exploited from Heretics a lot on the defensive side. 2 times I can remember, they were able to walk elbow and come up behind the chamber trip. Immediately identifying that that was done to them early, but luckily no cost to be paid for it. Vitality 7-6, 1 round away from their opponents. And this is a very important round that, to keep relatively clean. 1 player lost is so-so. 2, you can even deal with. It'll be a Sheriff and a Stinger lost. In fact, the Sheriff probably picked up and carried forward. But anything more than that would be too much. And for Team Heretics, with 5 players on this side of the map, a shotgun in the hands of Kosh Maris and Woot hunting for heads. It's somehow Boo that strikes the first blow.
He's walled them off, trying to almost create a gap that they must be funneled through. If anything, for Vitality here, going back might be the plan, but after getting a couple, I'm sure they're not going to want to. It's aggressive from Rians. It gets caught out by the utility. Even still, the Headhunter is still here. You need to be careful. Oh, wow. You mentioned how many guns you didn't want to lose. They've at least lost one of the big ones.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty costly round. Props to Woot for putting that dent in the economy. The question is, will the butterfly effect come through sooner or later? For Vitality, they have a chance to fully invest here, right? Really roll the dice and try to crush Heretics early on.
Free gun.
Free gun indeed, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
On the other side, they could play this as a low buy. The 2 rifles, giving them good opportunity to battle and duel.
It was enough for the Heretics in the first half.
That's what they're going to do. I think it's the right call. I like this idea. Flash, not that good as they dodged it, but Woot still got dropped by Profek. He's got to feel very unlucky with that one. I didn't even see what happened.
And weaponry-wise, that's a real good opportunity. Can not only pick up the 1, but as they get onto the site, potential for that little bit more. Boo already under pressure, but he's able to stay alive, even the underarm fragment. Kosh Maris now rotating in to try and give a little bit of help to his Lithuanian friend. And it's going relatively well. Sayonara had a bit of a quiet first half in this game. And we've seen so many incredible plays from him throughout this stage. They'd need another one. He's the only one that has a gun.
Snakebite down is going to make this awkward for Kosh as well. Vitality creating some opportunities here. Shock up close does damage. This is now looking doable, but Sayo has to win that fight. And with him falling, it's dead in the dirt. Heretics will find their round win, but you look at that HP, you can see just how thin the margin was.
Well, yeah, I think if they add everything up, it's going to have done more than 150 because he healed himself up throughout the round.
True.
So a little bit unlucky that if that was anybody else, they would have been dead. But well played by Boo. I think you could see him sort of calculating where would be the best place to put the wall. It gets aggressive over the top of it, and then just even hits the timing perfectly to clear out Sayonara on the breakage.
Nice!
I think they lose that round if not for their IGL. And to be honest, they might be losing this game. He's currently 16-9 at the top of the board. The Battle Sage has returned. But this is where Vitality now come in with a full buy. Yumpy won away as well from having that null command, which played a huge part in at least one of the rounds they won on the first half. We'll see if that will be the case again.
Well, this is it. Credits put in for both teams. Heretics will add a little bit more to fall back on. And they've heard all this noise towards A main. Snakebite goes down, should buy time. In goes Durka, already taking that space and fighting around the back right into Benji Fishy. Usually that would be a mistake, but this time Vitality get the better of him. Durka gets the better of them. Spans through the smoke, trade a lick or 2 of damage. So that's all there is to it for now. Waiting for those walls to go down. You've got your Harbor, Viper, Neon. There's so much, but when they fall, when you're out in the open, it's a different game altogether. The knife perfect. It's going to slow down that Neon retake, but they're waiting. The drone's on its way through. There's no need to rush just yet, and now your abilities are back online. Kosh Maris will be thankful for that with a quick slide out. He gets another. Durka's now down, and Sayonara's all that's left. A res available, but not even needed, you would think. Still, they committed. giving him respect, knowing how clutch Sayonara can be. The shock dart attempt that catches the wall. And so the defuse comes through with ease for Team Heretics. 3 alive in the end, a res used, but more importantly, the lead extended.
Yeah, I like how patient that was from Heretics. Like, in a lot of those cases, you could have seen Koshmaras run in while not being able to pick up the pace. I think also just, there's the kill he gets onto the player in the corner is purely off the bait from the dart. It just took away Durka's aim. He had to look to shoot the dart, and then ends up going down.
Good job.
Solid stuff from them. And now for Vitality, that is their economy in the bin. A few stingers invested, Hunter's Fury potentially available to either disrupt or maybe hold a post plant, but they have to get there first.
Well, Vitality's motto this year, the mountains are within reach. It's looking like they're getting a little further away. Retreating onto the horizon at the moment as Heretics continue that climb into the lead, now facing off against a very light buy. And Koshmaras again drawing first blood. He's been so impactful. Even the times he goes down, it feels like the trades have been there so quickly from Heretics in a handful of rounds where that's been the case. Now this move to the A site, that much easier. The shock dart and the spam make it even more so. And now Sayonara, yeah, you got a Hunter's Fury to play with, but it's not being committed to this round. Double digits locked in flawlessly as well. All signs pointing to a 1-0 for Heretics.
Yeah, they've definitely looked like running away with this at times. A lot of very clean rounds and in-zone flawless in this one. And I think as well, it's like maybe the plan was you get Chronicle the plant, you can have the Viper's Pit, but he just gets spammed out. Like, he's trying to get the plant in, he dies, and then the round's just gone. Because maybe if you have a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury, that can be enough to win a round. You get everybody low, they get hit by a tag or two. And we can see things go the other way, but the second one of those ults is gone, it's not worth trying to commit the second. Hold it through into the next round when you are going to have that buy after a conversation with the coaches as well. And
good rounds. Looked like they found their mojo towards the end, but now all that momentum is there for Team Heretics. And as you said, Sam, the one team you don't want to give momentum to, if we exclude Eternal Fire, Heretics would be right at the tippity top of that list.
Yeah. Well, if you didn't watch the game yesterday, you can watch the last few maps in probably about 15 minutes. So, you know, during the break, you can always do that. They absolutely slaughtered Foot once they had the momentum on their side. And that's just something you cannot give.
Now, you spoke about the Battle Sage. Boo is currently on the precipice of taking a massive risk, a swing out on top of his wall, and the drone is going to force him back. You can see he wanted to, though. He heard someone spamming it before utility went through. It does make it costly for Vitality in terms of burning that drone on the way through, though.
They're having to commit a lot just from the irritation he's creating. And he's been timing a lot of his slows so well. This time, knife goes through. Again, no. Ooh, it looked like he was going to get the opener, but Yumpy has dealt with him. Already Koshmaras and Woot here on the cross, but Yumpy's dealt with him as well. A double for the leader. And a post plant will be through with a Viper's Pit. That's going to make it difficult. The only thing I will say is Chronicle is very, very low.
He's tucked on the box as well. I mean, it's a very spammable spot.
Shock dart? Question mark?
It's being lined up, but it's going towards default. Oh, here we go, the bounce around. That's dangerous. The spam, so close, and the nade ends up catching Woot out. He's the one to fall with Benji. Crumbling down as well. Rienz is all that's left, and the shadowed road back into this game. Well, it's grown a little lighter for Vitality. A gap of 2 now.
Yeah, I think solid round from them. Like, dealing with Boo has been a problem. Once they get him out of the site, it becomes a lot easier to get into your post plant. You can claim that back site. Have the yeah, he literally flew them through the flash at him. Just a solid round for Yumpy in general, moving his way up the board. If they can get through this one with a couple of their superstars being a little bit quieter. Dirk, obviously, in the last match also didn't have the best of days. And this isn't even his Neon map. So, you know, no excuses.
He gets to get out of Neon jail.
He'll be going back in if he keeps playing like
this. Exactly. You gotta earn your freedom, unfortunately. There's the dash in. Durka closing the space. Hunter's Fury sent through, but Rien's just wraps around that side. They're a little slow to follow it up, and now it's 1 by 1. Rien's just being offered free picks. Get out of jail free card. In goes the flash, and well, Sayonara's not going to be caught unaware. I thought Rien's could get the jump on him, but evidently not. And now, no res for Boo, but the numbers will be brought even because Yumpy swung with the spike into an op. What was that?
Yeah, well, I know he's been having a battle with Boo, but that was definitely an audacious fight, and
don't do it, Sayonara.
Woot's still just holding that angle, not giving anything away. Of course, the worry for Sayonara is if someone's going to have gone the other way, but because Chronicle's in such a deep position, he doesn't really need to be peeking at all. He's just waiting for his teammate to strike. Boo, though, has wrapped around the right way. That one's for free. However, Sayonara has fallen all the way back. Just trying to play that post plant, trying to play the time. And for Boo, the last place he was spotted is on the site itself. There's so many angles still to find. Sayonara said he'd been a little bit quiet. That's a better round.
Does make me nervous seeing him swing in like that a little early, but catching him going to the site's a lot better than having to push when the Sage wall goes up or something like that. So being a bit cautious, or even the slow in main. Could have changed the game there, but it's this from Sayo. That is the turning point. Rien's had been a real thorn in the side. He picked up 2 kills for free, and here it looked like he was going to get the jump on him. But a little bit of patience. And his reward is there. 4 kills in this round, and Vitality needed this. They're 1 round behind now. Many teams, with how things have gone in the early halves, would have counted themselves out. But Vitality, not that team. It's time to jump in, though, and see how things are going from Vitality's perspective.
Come, guys. You can just leave.
Guys, it's wait, comes. It's Viper alone on A. We should just finish B. We should just finish B.
I still have full util, boys. I can just run after this call. I'm running.
I knife backside.
Pillar 1, and could be close right 1.
No, Sage backside.
I'm revealing him. Nice.
I'm dashing out.
Half full 1.
Half wall, half wall.
Half full. I'm picking left side.
I tap and peek left, yeah.
I'm
Middle, I'm picking him.
mid. I'm reloading, wait.
He's minus 4.
Grab knives as well.
It's...
Nice. He's minus 80. Minus 80 last shot below.
Oika, plan
sieltä.
Can go elbow for the gun.
Vara elbow.
Ja, mulla.
He is 1 knife there, from dying.
Guys, you're both open to let's shit angles.
Vedän rehtiä, vittu tapetaan se.
Vedä vaan.
You guys are good like this. Stay like this. This is good.
You're super good.
Erke will flick the shit out of VCT if he comes.
Nice! Same, boys.
Vedä vaan.
I used 3 ults, boys. We fucking put them down. Nice.
Yes.
Bro, good.
He's 1 knife away. Does 70 HP now, apparently. There's some fits being told on the server, but double digits will be found. Vitality fighting their way back into this game. And again, you got to give them props for it. That's 3 in a row when all the momentum was there for their opposition. And even with Kosh coming in for the early trade, it's not enough. It's the problem with, a lot of the time you think about this round, Durka with his Blade Storm, he didn't even get a chance to use it.
Yeah, I like as well that they're looking at the positives. A lot of ults invested in that round from Heretics. We needed to hear a little bit more from them, I hadn't heard them speak too much. No, it's one where you kind of look at this and go, yeah, okay, it wasn't much invested in terms of the weaponry, but when you...
Oh, barrier's about to go up once more, and what are we seeing here? Is Boo gonna go for the boost? The Sage Wall up, as Woot then gets the op. Oh yes, here we go. It's a nasty angle. Is a spot above the smoke, but they've managed to slip by. Vitality, they've evaded the trap completely by simply running through it. Now it's a 3v2, even with that pick back from Woot. And he's walking right into Chronicle. Who's not feeling too forgiving. The op retrieved, and the Battle Sage of Boo will step into the same angle, the same way, and it's the same result.
You saw that for Grod. He's like, you pick me again? You always there? Like, forgive him. He's allowed. Like, he looked at me and then he doesn't know I'm there. But for Boo, I don't know. That was a little bit disrespectful to our GOAT. And well, Chronicle 22 and 15 right now.
Bro, I'm just destroying them.
11-10. From the depths of defeat, from Heretics looking like they were going to run away with this map 3 in a row in this second half, to now being 2 away from taking that initial choice. And again, some weaker weaponry having to be brought through into this round for the side of Heretics.
That mountain's now back over the horizon. A mountain that was once distant now fills the sky as Darkus in right on the boo. Chronicle following up in Vitality, giving no quarter. Team Heretics, they'd have to fight their way back through a disadvantage that's now just a 4v3, but still a Viper's Pit to fight into as well. Harbor to fall back on. I mean, there has to be a big play, an equalizer for Team Heretics to even try.
They've looked good in retakes, but this would have to be the best of them. That's not a bad start, but the rest of the players within the pit are going to be tough to beat. Ultimate dodge, Prophet pushing forward, and nothing for Koshmaris sliding through at the end. Again, an ult expended for Vitality, but they are not going to mind making sure they get the wins versus the low buys. And for Heretics, well, I'm not going to count them out. I'll be honest, I think at this stage, them being at any form of deficit doesn't mean they're out of the map. But we do need to see something from them here.
But you also got to think about the series as well. We heard it from the desk. You've been talking about it here as well. The fact that Pearl is where things should change for the better, for Vitality. You go into that map, even if it's 1-1, knowing that now you've got your best foot forward. That is a morale boost and a half. For Vitality, 1 round left to lock this one in. Started with a 5-1 lead for Heretics. I mean, it looked like we were going to get a non-compete grand final. But Vitality, as they did in the group stage, they started slow. They looked battered and bruised, but they have made this climb back with bloodied hands. 2 chances to close it, and it starts with a double op setup.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well that if you're ever going to ask whether or not tactical pauses are impactful, look at the 2 that Vitality have had, and look at the turnaround they've had after both. Both halves having a bit of a shaky start, both halves having a resurgence. Props given, but it does mean they don't have any more time to talk. A win here for Heretics. There's no more opportunity to check in, and they are playing a lot more passive. That does mean, though, that Durka has managed to take an awful lot of ground.
They should be aware of this. A small risk taken by Koshmaris, but his reposition is just in time. Profak taken down, Hunter's Fury sent through an attempt to root him from position, but Sayonara's not landing the shots.
He's just waiting.
He just wants someone to step into Durka's line, and there it is. He finds his pick.
25
Where do they
seconds.
go from here? They have time to run, but they'd have to sprint now and very soon locked into this B site. Indeed, it is too late. Chronicle has to wrap up through mid. The wall's fallen, and Koshmaris wasn't ready. Heretics, they fought so well in those early rounds, but as the timer hits 0, the spike hits the floor in what could be the final round. It seems like they have crumbled.
Boo has a res, had a res. He'll have it again in 5 seconds. That kills for free, though. That's at least something. Bringing back a teammate seems like it's going to be impossible, though, and on the angle waits Durka. That's been his whole round, just waiting for someone to give him anything, and now looking to try and take it himself. Wu has run out of time, and so have Heretics. It will be a 1-0 start for Vitality. Maybe shakier than they would have liked, but they're not going to care.
Game here today.
He hasn't been having a tough game at this map often. I think especially with them getting the defensive side start, that's actually the thing that worries me more, because they've been playing it so aggressively. Like, they are in your face almost the entirety of the game. And so it's more going to be, how strong is Vitality's default? Can you quell what is an almost disrespectful defense? And if not, do you have ways to adapt to it?
The attack side from Vitality, 1:20 on the clock, and a slow approach. Indeed, they've spotted some presence in B main, but yet to take any real control of their own. And where they're going towards, most of the time, especially in the early stages, you're going to see that Vice setup on C. This time, it is deep on the A side. They'll get close and hear the wall fairly soon. But before that, a battle. And it's Koshmaris to find the first with a double from Woot. This round is done. Yumpy recovers at least the Sheriff. Some headshots, some wall bangs, depending on where he is. And some miracles need to happen here today for him to have any chance. Look at that setup as well. They are 3-man stacked up, ready with the firing squad when he emerges. And all he can do is try to toy with his food like that. He go in, pop a shot, get out, hope that he can not even make the numbers doable, but less unreasonable, and so far it's impossible.
Even having the pot flash on the other side, and there will be absolutely nothing. Some fantastic mid-rounding from Heretics as well. They wait for that contact on B. The second it comes through, they go, okay, where are they likely to rotate? Let's go back towards A. Even with the setup on that side of the map, they just set up like a firing squad and mow them all down. Pistol round under their belt.
Let's go!
Benji as hyped as ever. I'm impressed he hasn't lost his voice over the last few days. It is a streak of games that, of course, led to him qualifying to London, a home event. And something else. This was the defensive side fear, because you sort of mentioned that, like, I think there's going to be issues at times, maybe on the attack for Koshmaris, but on the defense, he is the issue for everyone else.
Yeah, we were talking before the game. It's like this guy does a lot in the early stages, fighting towards A main. He's now on his way back there, but caught off by a snake bite. The spam doesn't get the kill, but will. And okay, we're stabilized. Heretics really don't want to lose anyone else, and by the looks of it,
got him
they
through
won't.
the wall.
With Sayonara down and Kron.
Still not a fan of the Ares.
He's more a fan of Koshmaris.
Is he the exception?
Yeah,
Exception that proves the rule. Give me that at least.
I will give you that. I genuinely think he's made the Ares look really good. Almost every time, genuinely almost every time I've seen him buy it on this map, and I really do take my hat off to him because it shows what a solid player he is that he can make use of such a trash weapon. But he's even more dangerous when he gets the Odin out, which will be pretty soon. And I think for Heretics in general, that is the benefit of this guy. Like, he gets an unbelievable amount of value out of those A main early fights, and I think there's so much you can do from there. You can leave him behind and just have the info, leave Woot there, or as they did here, play the early rotate and then just make it a nightmare for anybody to cross to the site. No matter what you do, it's a headache, that's for sure.
Well, he has gone for maybe a slight upgrade, at least for now. The Judge in hand. Again, the defensive side of Heretics can be suffocating to play against.
Big changeup as well, and this is going to be the big thing, I think, for Vitality on their defense as well, is changing this Vice setup, moving it constantly to make it difficult to read into exactly where it's coming to. Thorns popped early, they were about to go down to the nade, so it's expected, but look in the close corner, Koshmaris, once that wall is toyed with, he's there to take the kill, but he can't get out of there. The fast lane to the man advantage, trading hands. The thing for Vitality is that they don't have a lot of space to work with. That wrap back to the B side, it's looking real attractive.
But that's the thing, everything just got cleared. We saw the defenders throw through a Prowler on B and a Boombot on A. So they knew they weren't there for now at least. So Benji's job has just been to slow them down as much as possible, but that's a nice shot. Sayonara's head ripped off. There's another player waiting on the angle, and Yumpy actually just almost alpha male swings off the back of the Prowler that didn't even find a connection.
Spike planted.
Puts them back into an advantage, but this is, of course, a bonus round for Heretics. How much damage can they do?
Without a doubt, a difficult retake, but like you say, it comes down to damage. Still have that paranoia to fight their way back through. You can see the line being drawn right now. I think that's the line of the paranoia to come in. There it is, fired in. Prophet walks into it. Beautiful pickup from Woot. Nice setup, but now without utility, they still need to find those 2 kills. Yumpy's looking to make a move through the smoke, and his timing sublime! Yumpy locks in the first round for Vitality, and that is unbelievable. A second earlier, he was being watched, and he chose his moment.
Yeah, not a bad way to get his first 5 kills of the game on the board, all in one round. That was just filthy correction. Oh, his teammate has just sat watching. That's the quietest he's ever been. So, genuinely. 2-1. A big round needed from Yumpy. In a round where Heretics hadn't invested too much. Sure, it's a huge victory, gets him a Nightfall online. But of course, for the side of Heretics, it's not the end of the world. Showstopper available as well, and this time playing more aggressively on that C side of the map. The wall instead has been placed on B. And they've left Koshmaris. At least for the moment, it was a solo A defense, but now he has a friend.
Nade's gone in. Kosh has to run, and there's no wall to hide behind anymore. Big pickup, but Wood answers back. A deep showstopper sent through to trade out his teammate. Does damage as well. You can see Chronicle and Sayonara wearing the scars of that last fight. And for their trouble, they get rubble. That's it. Sayonara hoping to catch an angle, but it's not the best gun for this fight. Boo and Rienz would be one hit, but the man he'll have to face seems to be Woot. Indeed, Woot's the one to face him. Big pick, but there's 3 players on A. That means Benji's all alone, but that seems to be where he does his best work, Tom.
Yeah, they would have known this. His goal is always just to try and buy time, lots of counter utility, leaving him in a bit of an awkward position. Attempting to try and give them the space, but he has bought enough time for the rotation. Yuppie just getting spammed out. Another from Woot. We saw an ace in the last round, potential for one in this. Woot has been on fire on this map. In particular, 23 and 15 the last they played, but can he already look to get towards that once again? He's 8 and 1 right now, over the top. Paranoia has left Durka in an awkward spot, but he does deal with Woot. However, the trade is thick and fast, and Chronicle cannot hold on with such low HP. It's a one and done for Vitality, and another hot start for Heretics.
It was such a nice play by Woot, man. You saw the nade go through as the plant was coming in. It's a little bit down the stairs, so you have a choice. Run through the nade. Not a good choice. Or go to the corner where you're safe and wait it out. Take any port in a storm, but this man's waiting at the port. Look at him.
Both of them
all
were spamming
part of the
there.
plan. Disgusting setup. And it's those quick adaptations in the moment. That's what gives them the upper hand. That's what gives them the edge. And with that edge, they have made Vitality bleed. After Yampi's 4th ace in VCT EMEA, Vitality find themselves still on that starting block, still with 1 round under their belt where their leader did it all.
And it's put them in a very weird position economically. 2 players with pistols. Profit will even be down to just 200 credits. This is almost a full investment from them. And the rest still having some rifles to play with. I feel like they've done this because of the ults that they either have or almost have. And with a start like that, Rien's going down, those ults become more and more dangerous.
That's the thing, the economy's been a little bit shaky, so for a couple rounds now, the Outlaw has been very viable. We said it last round, it was what, Rienz and Boo on the light shields, and now, well, Rienz has already fallen victim to it with Benji and Boo in that same boat. 1 shot will take them down. A good time to pull it out, and a reward already found, but to be honest, they've got the tools as well to bring this across the line. Nightfall can be put into play. A showstopper can be directed as a result of that, and well, there you go. Benji's killed himself. He's taken himself out with the Thorns. Well,
30 seconds left.
well, Durka made a precision play moments ago, but
Flank is clear.
maybe not so much with the boom bar.
Not behind me. Don't think it's going to matter, though.
Crazy round to win.
Yeah, that was just... That's the thing. It was almost a full investment from Vitality, but what they've able to do with it is all the more impressive. Benji becomes a target on this C site. You mentioned the changing up of utility and maybe the presence of the wall shift, his A site hold in the early rounds, but for the most part, his domain is C. And it's something that clearly Vitality have in mind for, okay, let's put the pressure on here. And sure, sometimes the Neon is going to struggle, but they don't have a Neon. They have Durka, who can exploit that utility. He's been doing, or attempting, to destroy a lot of it with his nade. And because of that, it has put, well, Benji on enough pressure that he ends up killing himself.
Yeah, I do think that Nightfall, along with the showstopper, it is the kind of thing that forces you to make some mistakes. Just a little unfortunate that when he gets hit by the Nightfall, the nade had already put him low. He goes to 1 HP instantly, and while trying to dodge the showstopper, he ends up taking himself out of the game.
It is just
We're just seeing this Vice flash from every angle.
Let's go, boys! Let's go!
But it's also like, you know that you put enough pressure on him on C that he did that. Like, the setup was perfect. The execute couldn't have went better, and now Heretics 1 round in the lead. But they still have those credits to put in.
Immediately, you can see them now looking for more dominant control on C. You can't allow for that to continuously happen, although Benji is down to 10 health. It's more the trap, the bait that's being thrown. They know he's there, though. Already trapping him in position. This is not what you want with the season. Up top on the other side of the map, a little ring around the rosy. An opportunity for either side. There we go. There's the... Okay. Let's make it a little bit more awkward than it already was. The problem, though, is they've already lost both players on the other side of the map. The early tag was enough to ruin the day of Benji Fishy, and the judge up close was spotted immediately. Rians, though, has done well. In fact, incredibly well. 2 quick kills. Yumpy was deeper than expected, and now he will return! The battle of the Fates for who's winning this round. And well, now Boo has to face off against his fellow IGL. +1.
Yeah, a little bit of backup there for Yumpy. Boo, the Battle Sage. It's been a slow map to start with. The lead theirs, but maybe not for long. Vitality nipping at their heels, and Boo's gone into heavy traffic. Headshots traded, but 2 guns better than 1. 3-3. Vitality have caught up again.
Yeah, it genuinely felt like both Rians and Yumpy at different times in this round had won the round. But this was a problem. I think his Prowler early ends up catching out Koshmaras, clearing him from that aggressive position. Definitely a problem. Rians does incredibly well, but Yumpy just able to slip the net and then hit the reaction shot onto Blue. Turns it into a massive advantage. And the man is a beast, as a wise man once said. Do you think, was he quoting you?
Could have been Tom.
It is shaky, because of course, you have a huge disadvantage when you come in from that lower bracket. Not only have you played a best of 5, but you also have your opponents banning 2 maps, and they get first pick. But this is the one map that you got to keep. If you lose this one, it really feels dangerous. That is a nice shot, though.
It's a very good start from Team Heretics.
That's audacious.
Weaknesses, and look, yeah, you're gonna make those risky plays.
Does he
expect to see the ult popped? I mean, if this was the advantage on its own, yeah,
he got the gun.
But instead, take the weapon, fall back, and reset. Maybe even stack. The Heretics are definitely gravitating towards the C site. That's where Vitality's hits coming through, and the pacing is going to be everything. The longer they wait, the more players are going to be here.
They expected a wall.
Exodus of the right side of the map is almost complete. There's 3 players here now. Paranoia sent through. Chronicle dropping Woot, though. And that's the real wrench in the works. This should have been Woot's opportunity to catch them off guard. But instead, he's still cleared. He's still checked. And now a near impossible retake shaping up for Heretics. And even then, do they want to send everyone to this? Benji could just save the rifle.
And they've got the credits to buy in the next. So I think with an opportunity, they're going to risk it. Spotting the Thorns, that will at least allow them in, but all too easy for Yumpy. He's having a great game so far, and they are just going to clean this up with ease. Vitality take the lead in this map. I'll be honest.
In the pit.
Oh, it's the Vipers, plural.
That's pretty fire. It's very rare you get to see the fully pitted up mask as well. Props to you for that.
Also has a glowing backpack as well. I saw earlier. When all the lights were off, cosplay looks sick.
You got to feel bad from there as well. Wood swung into that fight up against a Chronicle that was hit by the near side. The Paranoia landed, and still it didn't matter. He hit his shot. That could have been something. And for Heretics, that's all they have to do is keep giving themselves the chances. What in the world was that?
That's not an Odin. That is not an Odin. No, that's slightly different than maybe what was expected on the other side.
That looked too fast. Like,
it looked too slick.
Yes. Looked edited. That's crazy. Well, okay. And again, Koshmaras, one of the big working points for Team Heretics on that previous map was the fact that he was consistently finding those opening fights, or at least the space to be traded off of on the back of it. And a good sign to see him activated in this buy round. The read is right again from Heretics. They've got the numbers here, but they might not need them. Benji seems to be enough all by his lonesome. And the trade-outs all but guarantee the round.
Yeah, maybe keeping him on the A site is the choice. Chronicle not going to win his first fight. And he had 3 more to come after that, even if he won it. I like the change-up. A more aggressive stance on C. I think it was something that Vitality were able to fall back into repeatedly. Is okay, we put pressure on B, we put pressure on A, let's go back towards this side of the map. You get rid of Sayonara, you kind of have to be a little bit quicker with it. You can't go for those late rotations back using the Viper screen. You need to hold on to what you have. But I think an important round for Benji, because as I said, like that, him on the C side has mostly just been, can I survive 15 pieces of utility at once?
Yeah.
And the answer has been no.
Send out Kosh to kill someone early. It's a lot less utility coming your way. They've already pushed the Rumble.
Okay.
That's a big mistake. Wooden Riens didn't seem to think it possible for Prophet to already be Rumble. It was a standard Omen TP across, and they're just looking the wrong way. He's been literally gifted the opening fight. And now Benji, Boo, and Kosh, who has an op, by the way, I mean, could pop the ult. But I think he's going to just walk through this.
They're waiting. There's so much time. Like, why would Vitality overcommit? They know there's going to be a rotation. They get another smoke back online in a couple of seconds. The only thing that could catch a timing, because Prophet was the widest angle. That was one of the only ways that could have gone wrong, and it did. Rotation back from the operator. Maybe expecting this to be more of a C hit. Instead, the B site is open for business.
Prowler even got stuck in the wall, so it took them a little bit longer to get into the B site, allowing Heretics to send out Kosh. They'll wrap around to come behind on B. This could be huge. Kosh Maris has the world in his hand, and all that the others need to do, Benji and Boo, is take this one slowly, buy some time, and hopefully draw their attention. There's the ult. That should, in their mind, send someone into the scope of Kosh Maris. It doesn't,
was
and
so
Boo
risky.
ran in. I mean,
He TP'd in.
I don't know about that one. Thinking he could get space off the back of the ult, but the win condition here seemed clear. Kosh Maris needed to find something, and now he needs to save. Now he's got to run, because they're going to hunt him down right on his tail, but he's made it away. He's made it away! Oh.
He's being surrounded. He's going back for more. I think he thought maybe one had already made it through that seaside.
The madman.
Felt like he was boxed in. Maybe he wasn't. And instead, he's going to go down. Now, he does have the credits to buy himself an operator, but the rest of the team are going to be in a little bit more of an awkward spot. But yeah, solid C's as well. I think that was the major part of it. It's just players were stuck in the open because of the C's. This is mental. I think it's because Yumpy stays on the site with no gun, but I do think you're expecting them, especially with the Thorns down, to just give up the site completely. Maybe a bit of an oversight.
It was ambitious, we'll say it that way, as we like Boo. But one round between them. We take a look at the economy for Team Heretics. There is not a lot to work with if they lose this one. Vitality could find themselves with a lead guaranteed at the half, if not even better.
I like giving Woot the operator as well. He's one away from the showstopper. Ooh. A single pick in his direction.
I love this play.
Prophet.
They're so often fighting aggressively, you just go into tree.
Yeah, he stuck it as well. Now they have to worry about the player in behind. It's something that's being thought about, but it leaves Kosh Maris to fight alone, and he's done a lot of damage, but he hasn't been able to get the kill. Boo, though, does clear Prophet, who's trying to join up with the rest of his team. If anything, the Heretics have kind of come out of this situation all right. They lost a Bucky, they still have everybody else alive, and look at the HP of Vitality.
Yeah, especially the Viper's Pit, 7 HP. You put that down, you better have a very thick wall to hide behind. As well as that, the push-up from Benji Fishy. A single step being made here by Chronicle, and his round is over. Benji won't push for now. He'll contain. He needs to keep his utility up on the B site, so they have that little bit of a backbone to it. Wood spotted the boots, even got Sayo, the 7 HP player, taken out by the nade. The Boombot sees someone close, and that's the Showstopper's time to shine. 6 seconds as the Showstopper lands, and now time just about.
Got it.
He's got it, and they're covering
He let go. He let go. He let go.
Came off. Oh, it's a disaster. The round could have been there. And that split-second decision has led Heretics back to equal footing.
No faith. No faith. I understand it. Obviously, you see a man running at you, and you go, "Okay, I've got to try and hit the shot." That's so unlucky for Sayonara. It goes actually further than he would have expected as well.
Down B.
And then, yeah, he has it, but man peeks and he lets go. And Chronicle hit the shot immediately. That would have been a very small window. But that will be enough. Heretics back level once again. For Vitality, they still have the credits, and in fact, they come in with a better buy than their opponents, still having that Viper's Pit available. A lot of ults expended throughout the last couple of rounds for the side of Heretics. Seems, though, that they've got a good read early on.
You're definitely starting to see the weight of the game adding up in some of these decisions. Durka knows full well that he should never, the second he comes off the plant, he realizes, I made a mistake. Been high pressure moments like that. That's where you force those kind of errors. Durka turned away. I thought, just as Woot was about to peek, and then he pops his ult just as Kosh does. Very unlucky round for him. Now Koshmaris can rest easy. They're looking to deal with Yumpy. And they know exactly where he is. At least they suspect that the nade is good. And they're giving up no ground until he is gone. Now the retake can happen in a 5v3. And Sayonara, that Viper's Pit is maybe the last bastion of hope that they have.
Yeah, it is not the safest of positions to stand, though. Snakebite through, and he's been caught. And leaves his teammates out in the open. They were able to hide within. Prophet can only get one, and Chronicle, a man of many miracles. This would have to be turning water to wine. There is no chance of survival. Only red will be his blood on the pavement. Now that's going to be the lead taken for Heretics. A chance for a victory on a defensive side that looked like it was slipping away from them.
They had the lead, and it looked like they were going to lock it in at the half, but now Vitality, they have to fight to be neck and neck.
Nice! Let's go! Bournemouth, nice! Bro, good pops, guys. Let's go.
Heretics again. Finding that rhythm at just the right moment. 1 round left to go in the half, and the lead can still be theirs. No ultis to play with either, but Koshmaris, he's running it down in their spawn. The paranoia is being used about as deep as I've ever seen. From the attacking side, using it in their own spawn, and in fact, standing there waiting for further aggression. But Heretics, they know something smells off. They've backed off already. Got a crazy early round.
Oh, the only damage was Prophet taking a couple of shots to the knee, but now he's been hit with a wallbang as well, so he is a little bit unlucky. A bad luck Brian, so to speak. But they are, again, looking to put this pressure once more. I've really liked the switch up from Heretics. They realized that just our delay on this C site was not working. Benji was getting overwhelmed. Let's put him in a position where he can thrive, and he has been. And then for Vitality, well, it seems like they have a vendetta against him because they are going back to that A site once again, but with a pacey opportunity to go back to B, they might still go the other way.
Sayonara has had a tough game so far. At least gets out with one. I mean, that was the bare minimum as he gets pushed down. Benji, Thorns to delay as Woot again, same spot. And same result, Yumpy and Prophet fall this time. Big kills for Team Heretics, and with Durka, the last man standing, putting up one hell of a fight. Spike retrieved with 6 seconds. Oh, he hasn't got it.
No.
I thought he had it in his hands. He thought he had it too, but in the end, it's 7-5. The team that looked set to trail walks into the next half with the lead.
Yeah, it is going to be a victory just about. But nonetheless, we have a lot of amazing cosplayers in the arena today. Nat is standing by with Sage and Chamber.
One enemy.
Inside. Good, inside. Good job, boys.
That is the joys of having such a full house right now, having so many people in the arenas. We also get some amazing cosplayers. We got Sage, we got Chamber here.
But, well, we'll see for the middle. And I'll ask you afterwards, because now I want to talk about the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona while we've got it up. Scan that QR code, get yourselves your tickets before they're gone. We're going to be going on a road show to close out Stage 2, but for Stage 1's finale, It's nothing but these rosters. Already 5 rounds on the board, Tom. You expecting the defense to be easier for Vitality or harder?
Well, based off the time they played it, maybe that little bit harder. I do think that them up against that Neon is going to be a test for Koshmaras. I think they have a good comp defensively, but Heretics can be very, very difficult to play with. And a pistol might just prove that. Well, it seems like Koshmaras might be fine. That's one hell of a way to start.
It's a solid beginning, but the ending still to be written. Team Heretics could steam into the lead with just a few more kills, and Koshmaras is happy to oblige. But the spike still needs to be picked back up, and with 50 seconds on the clock, they've got time. The pressure's not on for the attackers, and I think you can see that. They're sitting down, waiting for someone on Vitality to make that move, but they know the spike's down. It's not gonna happen. And so all 3 move to the tree, move through the door, and that means that Chronicle might he actually could get the jump from behind this box. If Sayonara can distract for him, this crossfire could work out beautifully, but now the wall up, this is their own wall, a ruse that they want to sell. The Chronicle isn't here. The wall will soon fall, and then Sayonara's primed to strike. Vitality fighting their way, clawing their way back into this one. 7-6.
Perfect. Once they realized where those few players were, the interplay between them. Not sure now's the time for that, I'll be honest with you. Also a bit offended you didn't ask for mine. By the way.
What not to do?
I don't know, it takes skill to get this level of shine. And something that only someone like Chronicle in these moments can really show. See, I brought it back, brought it back.
Wonderful.
And thanks for the 6-7, we love that. Anyway, 7-6. It is still the lead held for now, but I feel like it's going to be evened up unless Koshmaras is hitting some more shots. And that's the thing, 3 kills in the last round. But with the spike being dropped, that ended up being a bit of a burden. A few Bulldogs, SMGs, so a fair amount that can be lost in this round Vitality. Not playing any pistols, maybe a little bit wary that there could have been more investment here. But also they were taking quite a bit of damage in some of those rounds on Breeze, so I think maybe just playing it safe.
Not a bad time to show us an air of caution. Vitality are quite pushed up here on A. Again, this is the expected setup, but dangerous when you're against that low buy. Paranoia lands, but so do the right clicks for Koshmaras.
Oh,
no! Man advantage doesn't last long. But Heretics are...
He's too strong, I must take him out myself.
They're looking to get a little bit more damage out of this one. Again, you know, 5v4, still not enough to make me believe they'll win, but 4v4 we go back. Damage is what we're looking for, and okay, we've already found it.
30 seconds left.
Every kill from this point is a Bulldog left on the floor. It is a costly blow delivered. He didn't check. Now Woot caught Sayonara and Chronicle. The clutch master, a man we've seen win many more clutches than he should have. Well, now, a big challenge. 12 seconds, though. That spike has to be planted on B. Unfortunately, Chronicle is already thinking about the long game. He's wrapping around. It does mean he'll be in a spot that maybe won't be expected at this point. You can see most are looking elsewhere. It's only Rienz that he's walking into. A headshot landed, and another found, but it's not enough. And a mode of thrifty by Team Heretics, and it starts with a small risk, but the impact felt in the end.
He's already killed him. He threw the nade after he killed him. That's toxic. There's no way.
There could have been someone else there, Tom.
Oh, yeah. That's unreal. But yeah, this is just... It felt like for a moment they were going to check that angle.
Benji, volume warning. Oh, we didn't get him. Okay, that's probably why. The microphone's being replaced.
And then decided not to.
I'll find you.
Well, now it's a hugely damaging round for Vitality. A chance to level up the scoreline ends up giving a huge boost to the other side. A Bulldog retrieved, spare credits for the next, and that's if they don't win this one super cleanly. They could have even more in the bank. They do have a stack on the right side of the map for now, but you feel like Heretics, maybe unlike Breeze, will check things thoroughly before walking into a site.
You would certainly expect so.
Hope so.
Been leaving Benji to play this super late B play. He has to make a move now as the A gaps are about to come into effect. He'll meet up with the rest of the team, clear all this space out. Nicely done. No one from Vitality here, and that's being read. So now the plant comes through. And for Vitality, you know, I'm not even going to bother talking about what their objectives are here. I said Heretics were hoping, praying for a bit of damage in the previous, and they won it in, you know, pretty clean fashion, all things considered, going down to the 3v1. So who knows? But this one is feeling a little less likely
at this point.
Can you blame him?
Yeah, if anything, dying to your opponents here would be a bad thing. Koshmaris is 2 away from ult. Woot is 4 away, but if you run into him, he's the one watching the angle. Well, Koshmaris maybe sticking around a little bit more than I'd like, but of course for Woot, it is only the SMG now, so he's going to try and just get one more, and even the death is going to bring him ever closer. At least not giving too much away to the Heretic side, but they're still going to come into the next round with full rifles and a hell of a lot of credits in the bank.
It's a little tiny note, but Koshmaris exiting solo against an eco out through Hobbit it got me a little bit nervous for a moment there, but it's okay.
But as we know,
no one there.
as it always happens to Mini on the desk, it's like, if it works, then his opinion's wrong. So your opinion's wrong because it worked.
Yeah, my bad, Kosh. Always split up and look.
Nonetheless, I think it's a map that hasn't looked particularly good for the side of Heretics. It will just be one of those things that you might think about a little bit where it's like, we did have opportunities there. And they still do. Coming into the first buy round. The worry, though, is that double duelist has been on form. And they've been really tough to beat. Both Koshmaris and Woot have had a great map so far. And although this setup should be more difficult for them to break through, that hasn't proven to be the case thus far.
Might be the first time we've seen Benji whiff one of those Vine lineups. There comes the nade, sending one player back. Chronicle will be caught though. He's down very, very low. Caught in place by the Thorns, yet still drawing breath. Has backup now. Yumpy's caught 2 through the door, and
okay,
a nice response by Boo. The battle Boo is back in effect, and he's looking for a fight. He looks for the battle, finds the first, but victory evades him. 9-7, a much-needed round just about secured for Vitality.
Yeah, it is a bit worrying, though, that was so close. Like, you're in a position where you could have finally made a little bit in terms of the credits. Of course, your opponents have made so much over the last couple of rounds by winning the second and then having clean in the next. Chronicle does incredible work, though, because the whole idea of that site is to target him. You want to throw the nade, the C's, you kill him off, you get him low, and the fact that he survives and then gets a multi-frag is the whole reason that they're able to win that round. Still, though, well, look at the buy. Like, it talks more than anything else I could say. You've got Yumpy who's down to a pistol after you win, I guess, your first buy round of the half, and then your opponents come in with plenty to spare.
Vitality still on that upward road on the lower side of it. The climb needed that. Flash was perfect. Unfortunately, I think it was their flash.
Yeah, it definitely was. Look at where Profex is. Unless Profex thrown one incredibly far, I think that might have come from Boo.
Couldn't have went any better for the other team. An unfortunate moment.
Even still, though, a showstopper in the post plant. You might be looking at that steel garden and thinking, okay, that's going to take their weaponry away. But it's not going to do too much. That, however, is a bit of a nasty surprise. The flank has worked wonders. Now down to Woot to try and clear, and he can't get anything. I expected, after the openers, that could go all right for Vitality. I did not expect it to be an in-zone flawless.
Heretics, the team that we talk about, doing some of their greatest work when they've got that win in their sails, when they've got momentum. Well, Tom, on both maps, we've seen that momentum, but they haven't been able to run away. Not far enough every time. Vitality are catching back up. What a blessing there.
One enemy remaining.
And now for Heretics, the pressure is well.
Thanks to Boo. Oh, okay. Well, he certainly knew. And it seems like Chronicle is having a great time. They may be a round behind, but it seems like they are slowly climbing back into this one. Let's have a little listen into how things are going in the comms.
Right, I can't break it.
Okay.
I'm aiming.
Don't worry
They need it, yeah.
I tip it away.
Oh god. He's raising nade and wipe from money.
I can stop. Stop, guys.
He will TP. He
Yes.
TP'd this.
Listen, guys,
He's going
go
three.
towards.
They're in the room, I'm pretty sure by the way.
Yeah,
They
he's gonna
stop.
open door. I
Listen,
think.
guys.
Very close.
Hold that around, okay?
I'm back.
This is good. Go bait C or wall, not
Okay,
wall.
I'm staying on.
I go with Kosh, okay?
I'm
We will
staying
do
with
it as two. Benji, I drop spike, you can take it.
I'm staying towards B.
Take it.
Blue castle, yes.
One on the angle.
Yeah, no one close.
I'll
Check
give you.
Batman, kill.
I'll give you a waterfall smoke as if it's exit.
Can we pick Moron? Go.
I'm holding with you.
Yeah, I come back towards you guys on Nathan.
Yep.
Side.
Yeah, break it, break it.
Close, yes.
There is a wall or no?
I'm with
I
you.
don't know. It's close.
They smoke deeper now.
There is no wall. Listen.
It's fine.
Maybe on B then.
please. Can I call?
No, go towards C and exit.
Okay.
Actually, can we retake with my TP here?
Time is kind of
okay,
low.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
We will go
Full
away.
run. Yes. Guys, 30 seconds. Okay,
will
we
go
run.
away, yeah?
Kosh, run.
Yes, we will go away. I'm gonna
Hey,
TP stairs, guys.
Okay, I'll move close. Come.
Wait, wait, Kosh is ready.
30 seconds left.
Ready.
Let's pick one.
Take one, two.
Enter, take double. I'll essential.
Go.
Guys,
What's
one
up?
left.
Bro, I kill. I
Go
have
pick him.
example.
Go, go, go.
Please.
I thought.
Yeah, come
Go
three,
through
come
three.
three.
Careful, Rich.
Guys, come.
Switch.
Guys, go, go. Nice. More side,
I'm
care.
going side. I'm going side.
Yeah, I'm holding right side.
Wait, Kosh, I'm with you. Oh, wait.
Paranoid him, wait.
Go, Paranoid.
Benji, give the spec, okay?
That's
Flat
I'm
Benji.
planting. Can you come? I
Yes,
plant
yes,
safe.
yes.
Yes, I got
Hold drop, hold drop.
I'm 1 HP.
You're
chill.
good, guys.
Listen,
You got this.
I have wall on blue.
Guys, I'm picking
Yes,
drop.
one is already below.
Benji, do you have turn
Guys,
one?
we should take
Yeah.
heaven control.
Okay.
Carefully,
Bait on my
close.
wall. I'm gonna aim.
They just baited the wall,
I'm
yes.
going up.
Bro,
I have thorns for blue. I have
I'm
heaven.
playing drop. I'm playing drop.
Guys, I'm gonna open thorns soon. I'm opening thorns now.
No, we can force left.
We will double peek 3 when I tell you.
Yes, I'm ready.
Wait. Can you do it now?
Yeah, one, two.
Right side, guys.
One below me. Nice! What the fuck are you doing?
It's Benji Fishy again, a massive round from him. And that was the chance for Vitality to put themselves up 9-9 to equalize, but that lead is defended.
Yeah, they do so well in what was such a late round execution. Like, it gets down to the last 15 seconds, completely blind a player within the site, and then Benji from the heavens, he's given them
Benjamin!
their lead back. And also, they didn't have to expend too much to do it. They've still got 3 ultimates coming into this round. The ult economy firmly in their favor. And what could put Vitality on a serious back foot? That's the problem. I feel like they're losing a lot of the rounds that really could build the economy for Vitality. And then because of that, it just puts all of those credits into their opponent's hands.
I think Sayonara just got boom botted as Yumpy gets rolled over, at least getting the one. Durka in with the same, but the pressure up close, it's not going to be too much. The Thorns put into play
He's
as
in the
well, so
smoke.
Heretics will at least make it to the site, but as they do, they find out that secondary weapons, they can do almost as much in the right spot. That shorty. It felt like dealing the final blow, but that does come just moments later. 9-10. Vitality not letting their opponents too far away.
It's the same corner, but they don't check it immediately from the last round.
It was worse his last round, we heard them say, Fridge, he's Fridge.
Yeah.
And then got caught off by him being Fridge.
I think maybe because Prophet had already made a move elsewhere, they were like, okay, it's not going to be just someone else sat. But then the pressure put on.
Come on, the boys. Elias is a genius, man.
Clearly was part of the plan. But yeah, Durka being that little bit further back, having the read onto their opponents, and now putting...
To let their foot off the gas as they climb closer and closer to the summit that seemed so far away a month ago. Even a thought of them being here seemed outlandish. And now they look like they belong. Vitality 1 round behind, and Heretics put to pressure. The buy, not pretty. Oh, Durka, good work. He'll get a second. And it looked like he'd stick around for more. He's thinking about it. Back and forth he goes. Yes, fourth is exactly where he'll go. Durka, he'll get a fourth! Sensational play! And with that, they are neck and neck. Vitality not giving up yet.
That might just be a backbreaker. That's one that you come into a round for Heretics. Sure, maybe it wasn't the biggest of buys, but you at least want to try and do some damage. And Durka's first map definitely looked a little bit rougher. But if he's starting to wake up, starting to get into the game. This might just be a Vitality 2-0 with their best map coming up next. It has to be now for Heretics. And while Koshmaras, he's baited all the utility. I guess that's one positive. And Wu has managed to get alongside him. That's the A site under their control. A plant seemingly guaranteed, but Sayonara tries to get ahead. Durka flanking quickly. They've again got aggressive on the other side, but at this point, that would be expected.
Yeah, Heretics have turtled really nicely, not only with the Vice utility and the flash off that as well with the Rose up on the wall, but the fact that they have Nightfall to work with. The only danger is that showstopper that's in play. Durka has it ready to roll. They found an opening pick as well. Now it seems foolish not to throw it in. And of course, that's exactly what he does. The Boombot first to find them in the corner is Yampi with another big blow! Vitality steal the lead!
They got so tunnel visioned in. They were so certain that every player was coming from the same direction. Tree was the danger, and Yumpy was forgotten. That's the problem. The man who's 21 and 14 just wasn't a thought. And Boo was so busy trying to escape the showstopper that, okay, sure, found a kill at the end, but was almost irrelevant, other than the fact it caused a distraction. Now Heretics are facing up against the gauntlet. A Vitality team that has quickly gone from being out to being a villain. A team that people almost want to lose at times because they've sent everybody's favorite team packing, and they are getting closer to doing it to another. Ooh. 11-10, and while Woot has managed one. Oh no, they were checked! They didn't expect anybody still to be there. Another round of an IGL backstab. Will this one be enough?
A minute 5 to work with as well. Heretics still don't have the weaponry to work with, but there's 2 rifles just sitting there, beckoning them in. Vitality are split as well. Exact opposite sides of the map. You would be hard-pressed to find players further away from each other. And there's the advantage for Heretics, the numbers. But with 40 seconds, they're still in B main. They still haven't made that move. They're so hesitant, waiting for the wraparound, for the push behind, but Vitality offer nothing. With 30 on the clock, it's time to get that plant through. And that's where maybe Vitality can do well, group together, Nightfall in play, and have that wraparound. But Heretics won't just sit and wait on the site. You have to imagine they'll look to take some ground, and Yumpy spotted them. There's the ult put through. Caught both. Profek sprints now to the site. Yumpy could be caught with util though. It's disastrous. Those 2 players, sure. Profek knows that they're locked in, and he'll get an offer of a fight, but Boo, the battle Boo back for those final 2, 11-11.
It's just crazy. It's like he saw Yumpy last round and went, I can do that, but better. The bait of his teammates running towards the seaside, you expect it's a low buy. Okay, they're just going to scurry away, try and take the advantage they found. And while Boo, he might not be right at the top of the board, but that has to be the most impactful round we've seen in this game so far. Still, an opportunity. The first time Operator and the first time Odin on Koshmaras. We've talked about this all the way through this game from the very beginning, but it's Durka that strikes first, and he's taken out Boo.
The climb not over for Vitality, but one loose stone, and they could come tumbling down. Showstopper for damage. Nade perfectly positioned as well. Yumpy under pressure goes out. A Hail Mary attempt to get damage in, and you know what? He's done enough. Durka and Profek follow up on those kills. And with Benji all alone, spotted. The spike not even planted there, just grouping up to take him down together. A loss on this map for Heretics would be a death blow.
He's been isolated.
A 1v1 to start, and it's not looking pretty. Vitality 12-11. Stealing this map out would put them 2-0 up in a best-of-5 with their best map coming up next. Heretics have never been in this much trouble.
Yeah, this almost feels like a death sentence if they lose, but I'll be honest, at this stage, I'm not sure they are going to lose. It's such a back and forth. I'm pretty sure Benji in that moment probably thought there'd be way more players on the other side of that wall. But once again, they sit on a low buy. It's been a map to forget for Rians. We've spoken about this guy and his peak performance. His game versus Foot was one that many won't forget for a long time. The same could be said when they played Fnatic. But the fact is, so far in this map, we haven't seen that version. Durka tagged up, but he is not shying away.
Cover going up.
3 players here now. As push comes to shove.
He hit that.
Heretics push forward, knowing that there's 2, knowing they're on site, and that is enough for them to go the other way. The 3rd player spotted as the Viper orb goes up. At least I thought that was enough. Maybe they think they'll get some aggression out. That Vitality with numbers here will eventually go pushing through that smoke, that they can catch Yumpy, who pushed up on B before and found a double. But no, Vitality are sitting back. They are patient. And that is going to stand to them in the late round, because Heretics are desperately hoping a mistake is made.
Well, just look at the control they have. You've got deep positioning from Yumpy. You've got a jump spot in Chronicle, who has his full kit on that A site. Perfect for delay. He can also take away all of their weaponry if he so desires.
30 seconds left.
But
the read is slightly wrong, and Sayonara has been dealt with. The patience paying off. Profek in position though. He got here in time, and he will catch 2! Weaponry not at the ready! He will eventually fall, but he might have just done enough to give them that 2-0 start. Weaponry about to be removed, but it wasn't removed just yet. Rienz has also woken up with the perfect time, and now Yumpy is all that's left to save them from OT. They know exactly where he is, and Heretics keep on fighting.
They've risen back with wings of shadow. Vitality looked like they had this series on lockdown. Just 1 play away from having 3 chances to close out this series, starting on their best map, but instead, Heretics still draw breath, though the air may get thin.
You know, it's all good, guys. Let's go.
That's what I said. I said it before this round. Rians was having a stinker, and the second they need him most, this man appears. If you're how even just a singular round can flow with the clutches we've had, the corners not cleared, and a moment's grasped by either side.
Well, that Odin's back out for Kosh Maris on this defense. It's not doing much on that wall, I'll tell you. It's a thick old wall at that angle. The Vitality seem to have a clear idea of where they want to take this one, straight to the C site. Setups here, Banshee and Boo. Smoke went out. Oh, it's free onto Profek, caught in the TP. And now as they move to the site, I mean, there's no pressure on Heretics. They don't need to force those fights. They'll sit back, they'll wait, and they'll get another opportunity. 5 versus 3 now. They look down and out of their map, but they are still in contention. Rienz and Woot showing that in Sayonara. A tough game for him, but a 4K on offer. A 1 versus 4 clutch. For all he knows, it's being diffused, and now the tap comes in again just to remind him. 13 for Team Heretics, the lead. And now, the map on offer.
Very well played. That C site had been a problem all the way through. Benji had been caught out in a lot of these C site defense rounds. Being able to hold in that fashion, but also not overface in the late round. They were waiting for any aggression. Woot catching them, and again, it's been a fantastic map from him. Lotus seems like a comfort pick. Can they now convert it? Because that has been the issue for either of these sides. Converting leads has been difficult. And they're just going to go straight back to the bread and butter, it seems. A high pressure, pacey round into C, just like their opponents in the last round.
There's the plant
Spike
secured.
planted.
Defense with one big danger lurking around the corner. You can see Benji Fishy sitting outside B waiting for his moment, but Wook goes down. That's a big spam kill by Profek. Unfortunately, that's the go signal for Benji Fishy, who's now walking up on B for free. Kosh as well, even delays with the stun, buying time, and time is all they need. It's Boo with a clean shot, and now the wrap coming through as Sayo and Profek find their kills. Benji finally strikes. Chronicles got Koshmaris. Benji's the last alive. Krillin! 18 HP in those last fights. One shot was all they needed. But he still draws breath. He keeps them alive. I don't know how he got away with that.
I think this round just perfectly encapsulates exactly what we're talking about. A free sight, an opener per Profek, then just a swing back in the other direction moments later. And then, as you said, like it seemed like Benji had the timing just about right. A low HP Chronicle, and he lands the instant headshot just as they round the corner. 13-13. Both teams able to retake on that C site. And now we fall back into level again. Everything else forgotten. These next two rounds are everything.
You can see the caution in the early approach from Vitality. Again, holding for that aggression, but they'll play for the space. And this is something that Heretics on their attack, when they played this super slow OT round, they weren't taking space. They weren't fighting for the map control. They were waiting for a burst, but Vitality clearly want a bit more push and pull to it. That spam, it's dangerous, but not yet going to find the reward it was looking for. The spike is now in tree. 3 players there as well. While we still see Chronicle and Profek. Still, this looks like a fake. It should be a fake, but oh, it's beautiful. All the utility sent into that back corner. And now Durka sent out to the site. Oh, there's no fake anymore. That's fully taking this A site. Rienz has to be dealt with, and he will eventually. But Sayonara's cut off from his buddy, and they're at a man disadvantage. The plant needs to be found, and time is ticking.
I have the spike.
He's waiting for some support. Profek's backstab, it needs to be perfect, and he's had to let go. That's the spike on the deck.
Darn.
Now it leaves Profek. And well, you might have seen Rienz blind earlier from a paranoia. It wasn't from Profek's. Boo tried to make his life that little bit more difficult for Profek. Well, saving a gun here doesn't really hold any value at all. An extra kill to the tally, but the round goes the way of Heretics. I will say, some of Boo's paranoias this game have been nightmare fuel.
Yes.
Like, that's it, full blinded Rienz! And Rienz still got 2!
It does feel like
Maybe it was like, let's distract them. They won't think he's there, because why would I have blinded my own teammate? The ultimate ruse.
I'm gonna tell you, they didn't see it coming, for good reason.
Neither did Rienz.
Yeah. One round for Heretics to forget all the issues they've had here on Lotus, to bring us back to what would be essentially a BO3, but a strong map to start for Vitality. But this game's been anything but predictable. And on the defense, it does look like Vitality have got a lot of control. They've pushed up on A now, focusing their sights on B, where the wall gets tripped.
I like this. The Heretics are playing a game early in rounds of find the wall.
Yeah.
They send one player over to C, jump, no wall. Okay, where do we go? B, let's find the wall. Just to try and, again, create that little bit of doubt. Force players to rotate off their angles. The problem with that is look at where Vitality are. They have pushed all the way up on A, so they have so much information that they don't need to rotate anywhere near as much.
Paranoia is going to go through, but those thorns are going to get popped immediately, and Koshmaris is stuck now, but still wins the fight? Well, that's one way to garner an advantage. The site's theirs, and somehow he's still alive!
That was silky. I don't know how he gets up there, and eventually Sayonara gets the kill he deserved. The problem is he's alone. Didn't have any support. The run through is so risky, but Boo still managed to take one with him. Got rid of Profek. Benji Fishy on his last legs, he's got to be careful of the spams. Left desperately low. 2 players still around this corner. The other swinging in from Waterfall will be Yumpy, but it's Rien's again, leaving just Yumpy to try and save them. Both players tagged. Both players low enough that he has an opportunity, and he's got the timing right, but so does Benji Fishy. Heretics were wounded, were kicked, were bruised once more, but they have won their map choice. Go like, okay, this is exactly where we expect it to be. It's 1-1, sure. We have a third map that's our choice. The manner is what makes it different. Like, you could have won, you could have taken that map over the line, and it slipped out of your fingers because of some mistakes. Now, can you reset back to a point where you're feeling good about it, or is it going to be those clutch moments that bring Heretics alive?
Only time will tell. The barriers are up and the players are up. B long already looking to pick up the pace. 5 players on B long. The only bit of information they have is a trap. And it's very rare to see then players doubling back, but they have pumped the brakes. Players hiding in every nook and cranny, looking to swing together, the element of surprise, but there's so many players from Vitality here. Sayonara's got himself a double, but Durka and Profek are standing by as well. And that 3-man, what was a 4-man hold of B, has weathered the first hit, but the storm is not yet over. They're in the eye of it, and the other wing is about to come around and hit them. 2 players very low. It's still crunch time for Vitality.
That's the worry. The HP bars of Profek and Sayonara. But they still have the crossfire. They know they're locked in as well, so they don't need to move anywhere.
30 seconds left.
And they've chipped a little bit away at Boo. Eventually it's going to come down to the time as well. 25 seconds as they have to make a move. Profek needs something. He's dead immediately. First goes their way, and they're running into each other on the back of the site. Maybe a bit more of a problem, but Chronicle might just have been there to save the day. The timing couldn't be better. And for Benji, well, he's got to even try and get the plant eventually, unless he's going to kill everybody off in the next 8 seconds. And instead, Sayonara, sat in the corner, will give Vitality the pistol.
Masterfully played, and I think we are seeing the Vitality in these early stages, or this early stage, that we want to. Very well drilled, fights are taken together, advantages aren't thrown away, and even here, where there is so much possibility for mistakes to be made with 2 players on site, desperately low, they play it tight knowing the flank is coming through. I do think we've seen them.
Pistol round! Pistol round! Pistol come, Salama McQueen.
He is looking tired.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The tiredness really seeping in. Lose a lot of that personality. What a shame. But this is what we wanted to see, and I think that there's moments where Vitality have been that loose team, have played much more individually, especially in the group stages, and it has a danger for that ugly head to pop itself up, to rear up right when that pressure mounts in games like this. And I think that's kind of what Pal and Scott were saying the problem was in the previous. This should be an easy close-up, but Durka, whilst in danger because he's up close against pistols, I think there's a good chance he proves to be the danger. A stun to slow, but now the judge not on its best range with an up-close battle with a pistol. And yet the pistol from Sayonara gets nothing. It's Profek and Durka to clean this round up.
Yeah. A much cleaner second round as well. Because even though they've had a pistol or 2 throughout this series, the second rounds have definitely been a bit more questionable. I think for either side at times. But being able to just shut this down from Profek's perspective, and then they're forced into the angle of Durka. A good start for Vitality. And to paint the picture, this is of course the map that I feel like has been a bit more of a struggle, a dominant defeat for Heretics versus Eternal Fire, whereas victories versus Foot and Liquid. This looks like the map that Vitality most wanted from this series. The switch to Jet maybe even shows that the Heretics are valuing that comfort over anything else, and well, that's one thing you have to be aware of. That Chronicle B main operator has been a big part of their defensive side of this map. And, well, you can see why.
You can forgive them for not expecting it in round 3, right? Anticipating there'd be a little bit, I mean, even just playing the Headhunter in this round is what a lot of people would do, but the op and the pick onto Koshmaris as well carries so much value. And then Kosh, we talk about his early fights, and when you go back and look at the stats, I think it's going to show a lot of success on the defensive side, and then a lot more defeats. Still participation, but a lot more defeats when it comes to the attack. And that's because he's the one to run in and be that sacrificial lamb. Now you lose that first leg to your attack. And how do you adapt to that?
Well, look at who is waiting on the B site as well. Just moments ago, you would almost think this was a Yoru TP, the way the Chronicle is now on the other side of the map. It's leaving him as that surprise factor once again.
Oh,
and while Boo has found the surprise, he has got double on Lithuanians and leaves the remainder to try and fight back. Now, Yumpy's a little bit ahead of his own flash and leaves the crossfire. That's not clean from Sayo either! How have they fought back into this? There were 3 players left on this site. Chronicle's got to be a little bit annoyed. He finds 2 openers, and now he's in a deficit that he has to try and bring back. And well, already another added to his tally.
He's getting close to needing an ace, and in fact, he might have a round for Heretics. I can't believe they got that round. You start with an off pick towards A, with Kosh Maris, the tip of the spear completely blunted. Then he moves to the B site, finds a pick there. Then his trap reveals that it's not a B hit.
But what are
which
we
is where
doing, man?
They were rotating the B, they were leaving.
Let's go!
And again, because of Kron, they found out they didn't need to. They could stick around, and he ends up with all the kills of the round. That's got to be a frustrating round to be Chronicle. You feel like you did it all, and it still wasn't enough.
Well, surprise element, if there was one, is now gone. You could see the amount of utility that's been thrown through just to try and clear some of these aggressive angles. One off, having an operator. Well, there was some queries as to whether or not they take it on the other side, but Wu is sat with an op on the attack. As said, a move away from that Phoenix, which I do think as well on the defensive side is going to make him a different problem. Like, you can have that operator, you can have that get out of jail with the dash and potential for an extra free weapon as well. Also, Turkish player on Jet, just it's a good choice normally.
They've just spotted 2 on mid. Team Heretics know what they're facing off against. The B side seems easier, but the rotate comes in quickly from Durka, who's now standing by. In fact, you can see the same from Sayonara. Rounding into heaven now is Chronicle. In fact, they'll go to the stairs and they'll already start this retake, getting ahead of the issue as the spike hits the floor. So too does Woot. Durka seconds away from another. In fact, it's Yumpy and Sayonara to do the work. The op of Rien's, the last man standing, and he may want to stand as that spike is diffused, fleeing the site to carry the big gun forward. What a round from Vitality. They wasted no time retaking B.
And I'll say as well, like, in the past, this B site has always been a struggle for a lot of teams. From the games I've watched on them on this map, on Pearl, I think they have some of the best retakes, specifically on B. Util clearing a lot of the corners that could have been made awkward, forcing people into fights they don't necessarily want to take. Also smoking off that long angle so that people have to try and fight through. Just a masterclass when they go into those retakes. It is why that round 3 on the A side, I'm a little bit more surprised, because you had 5B post plant, you're gonna get 1 kill. Like, something had to change. Maybe it's something that the coach is gonna just go, actually, this was a glaring issue, we need to get this on track, or we need to take space elsewhere. We can't allow them to just force us out of angles and get those more individual fights. If you see those things early, you're going to want to shut them down for Chronicle. Well, he stuck around a little bit longer than maybe I was expecting, down to 58 health. Right here. A decent tag, and still with a gun or 2 to play with in this round. Could be a nasty surprise.
I mean, Kron's very happy to take a fight, knowing that that Outlaw should take down most of these players. The credits weren't very strong for them. I mean, Woot here, up close with an off is
so good.
Taking a risk, and one that doesn't pay off thanks to that flash, as you said, coming out of Yumpy. But Yumpy's gone now, and the pistols and the rifle on Kosh Maris, they're starting to pose a threat. The plant is not going to be put through. They are looking to push into Profek, and he has bailed at just the wrong moment, apparently, because Kosh Maris has got another, now 3 kills in this eco round. There's a reason he's got the rifle, but he might give it away. And ult in his back pocket, and a man advantage to work with. And Rien's Oh no, he's looking the wrong way. It's a freebie.
Spike planted.
It does get a little risky. It'll bring us to a 2v2.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, Durka had such a quick rotation around the back of the map that they might not have expected him, but Boo is diligent, takes his time, doesn't risk it for a biscuit, gets the information. Now, bear in mind, he still just has a classic. The only gun is still in the hands of the man who had it from the beginning, and Koshmaras has been dealt with. Now it's problems for Boo. It got dangerous, incredibly dangerous, in fact, for what was invested and what did the damage. But nonetheless, Vitality are going to be able to get their 4th round on that defensive side, their stronger side for sure. Although, if we're being honest, in most games we haven't seen much of their attack because they've been so dominant on the defense.
On track for it to be the same case here. I do understand the temptation to say, well, we came out of a pause from Heretics and they didn't win. It's terrible. But think about what they went into that round with. A lot of disadvantages, made it incredibly close, and you're a coin flip fight away from victory. They got to feel like they're on the course that they want to be. The thing is, this is where the real problems lie. This is where Heretics will have called the pause for. Last round was contact in A main. They found nothing there. And so this time the learnings are to explore elsewhere. Oh, he didn't. Yes, 4.4K and he's not bought shields.
I guess he forgot. I guess he picked up the operator and just was like, okay, I'm not going to buy them. That's definitely a bit of an oversight.
Must be oversight.
Unless he's just fed up of getting instant killed anyway and just was like, all right, I might as well save the cash. I don't think that's the case, though.
I might be terribly out of touch with the meta here, Tom, but I believe that would be oversight, yeah. It's a pretty safe bet. Spams from Durka. You can see Heretics, all 5 here. This is going to be a blitz into the A side. It means Durka's got a challenge coming his way. Sayonara, though, pops Hunter's Fury. It's found a target. 1 locked, 1 damage. Durka, though, sent running backwards. And so Yumpy decides to strike. But now he's on the backside alone. He's surrounded and doesn't even know it as Wu picks up a double. This has fallen into Heretics' favor. A plant and a Cosmic Divide. Chronicle will get a little bit closer on the back of this. There's a gap. He could walk through this now. It would be a crazy risk. And I think he might do it when Prophet gets here. But they wait long enough that now that gap is gone. Heretics wait back on A main, and they've got post plant.
He has been checking every second or so, but it doesn't matter. Wu is quicker on the trigger, and now leaves Prophet, in a scenario where with all of the post plant still available, he's not going to risk it. An operator retrieved once again, and another response coming through from the Heretic side. Again, seemed like there were opportunities, but I think these are the reasons you see Woot on this agent. It's just the amount of confidence he has in these more aggressive moments, the additional movement as well.
It's also a really good plan to not just send Kosh that deep for the fight, but to have Woot dash in with him. Like, the second that he takes that space, you're so conditioned to think the Neon is ahead of the pack that you don't expect there to be a second element of dive that quickly in position. And from there, the round is done.
It fits more with their Lotus because you have the same when he's on the raise. Like he can be in at the same time. And I think that's something they have to do on a map that you are in a deficit. Like, sure, the Phoenix can work wonderfully, but if it doesn't work for you, go to something that does.
I do think combo-wise this on the attack is going to give you, if you want to play that way, if you want to play the deep Neon early.
Oh, see you later.
That is incredibly unlucky. But I do think the Jet's a really good combo with it for that exact reason.
Yeah, it's why we saw people trying the Waylay, but then when you removed that utility,
when you can't
stun, it's not quite as
get
impactful.
In, stun, get out, all in the space of half a second. It does become a bit more difficult. Kron's got this. It's a free opener. You never see him miss those. And now 5v3. And this is where before we saw Vitality just start to fire flashes and swing out for haymakers. I doubt we're going to see that again.
I think that's a mistake. You only really make once. And while with already seeing a pause, called by the other side, but they will have had some time to talk over their own issues. And the problem for Heretics here is they are down to 35 seconds. Yeah, sure, you've spotted the trap, but If anything,
30
yeah,
seconds
shooting
left.
it has just held Durka to this side. Patience from Chronicle, but he is dealt with. Rien's doing well, and because of it, Durka feels, okay, I need to find something here. I need to get out. And it's swung back into their favor once again.
Spike planted.
Yeah, you say you won't see that mistake again, but we just did. It's the same thing. Chronicle going out for a kill that they absolutely didn't need. The retake would have been fine, and now it will be tested with a thinner margin for error. Koshmara's caught. They don't know that he's close right, but it doesn't take a genius to guess that dealing with him could be a different story. Numbers equalize, but he goes out for more. Boo now has to deliver. Great angle from Sayonara over the top. And a 5th round found for Vitality.
Yeah, it got far closer than it ever should have been again. Those openers swing in their favor. This one, just a couple of bullets. Looked like it was going to be easy, and then Rien's trading out. Boo holding for anybody attempting to escape.
Last player standing.
But Vitality still go marching on these defensive rounds, building up on a map that is probably the most favored to them in the pool. They've also got the ults coming alongside them. A Blade Storm will give a little bit extra over the top. It's a nice reveal, but only one knife worth of time. And now they have to go.
Sayonara runs into the bookie. That's an unfortunate meeting inside of smoke, a story that we know exactly how it ends. Yumpy's just, was that straight through the smoke? Obviously his ult gives him away here and there. And clearly they used it as tracers. Benji wrapping around and getting the free kill onto a man looking the other way, and now, well, Prophet dealt with after one. The death ball on side is good till Durka wraps around. Completely blindsided in the end. A round that seemed set to be theirs, stolen.
I'm guessing as well that's because Benji's util was offline, because he was the one to kill him. So that meant the trip after those moments was still up. You still see that the trip is available, and then he's already fully behind them because he's managed to wrap around while you didn't realize. Again, a gap found, a gap spotted, and that's a couple of times now that Durka has been able to exploit some positioning because of how quick he can get in on the flank. Like, they have been caught out multiple times from players coming in behind. 6 and 2. The buys are only getting worse as well. The last one wasn't even a full one. They had a Blade Storm that made it that little bit better, but now they come in with very little to play with.
And so this will be the round that they win, knowing Team Heretics deep onto elbow. Profix somehow got that second before going down.
Was he even looking at him?
it did not look like it. That's a sneaky play by Rienz, though. If he can catch the man further back, he'd be in with a real chance of winning the round. But Yumpy has that on lockdown. 7-2. The lead guaranteed at the half with plenty more rounds to play for. This really is the dominant map that Vitality hoped it would be.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we see when coaches talk about that third map, especially if you've traded evenly. Obviously, it's a little bit different, I think, if they were 0-2 down. But now you get that huge boost after a defeat. You're going to put your opponent's mental in the bin because you're going to have tried to adapt, try and come in with something new, knowing this map would be hard, but so far it's only been blips on the radar of Vitality. And then when you get into those middle maps, you're going to be the one with the advantage and the potential momentum. Heretics not wanting to allow that. They are taking a pacey hit, but Profik, even while hit by the Seas, has been able to not only survive, but thrive.
Oh, well, Yumpy, get your gun out! Profik's got him covered! Now it's Boo alone, with a judge to work with. On the opposite side of that cosmic divide, Durka, well, I think he just shot at him while jumping up there, so he's definitely given the game away. Wasn't with the judge, though. He had it on lock. If Boo walked through, he was going to be blasted in the backside. Now, well, it's not going to be much easier facing into Chronicle's operator in the open with Sayonara and Durka ready to swing on the back of it. Okay.
I like the idea.
He'll get a shot off. He'll even take down Sayonara. Don't count Boo out. He's had some big rounds so far. The battle Boo. even going to secure the spike, but they've stepped through. They've stepped in, but I think the Neon Mall blocked that shot almost. It's given
30
Boo
seconds
away
left.
back in, and even a 1v1, but he doesn't expect Durka to be playing so brazen. And that's what gets Vitality the round.
Yeah, he's always nasty with just creating opportunities for himself, like a bit of an off-angle smoke that you then expect somebody to be holding. This, though, is brilliant from Profek because that's his own Cosmic Divide. So he placed that at the last second, so while he's under all of that pressure, seized up in the corner, he creates angles for himself to fight around. And yeah, you saw the face from Yumpy there. That was because he was jumping around with his knife out as they full executed through the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The first knife, I thought, that's a bit risky. The second, third, fourth, and fifth one, a bridge too far each time. That was ridiculous.
It's all right. He's got a super team of players to back him up. There might be one that many will consider a villain at this point. I'm sure some of the hate watchers have even closed the stream after seeing this scoreline. Maybe they'll come back for map 3, and that's something that Heretics might have to start thinking about. This has been so utterly dominant. If anything, it's only been the mistakes they made themselves, and O's have been fading as the game goes on. Squeaky clean. Once again, Boo left with a clutch, no spike, and even more players than last time.
You know, I do agree with Mini. I'm sorry, Boo, to treat this like you're not going to win, but you're not going to win. They get a little worried on the first shot. The first shot worried me a little bit. Just a little bit. I saw the HP on the other side.
What were you saying before you started to believe?
I actually don't remember that. That completely caught me
Something
off guard.
about Mini.
Yeah, so Mini was saying that when it comes to the veto process, leaving your best map for third in Vitality's position is not really what he'd like to do. In his theory.
I will, bro. What a team player, bro. First, last drive knife win, now 360 no scope.
That it is better sometimes to start with that advantage, to start with your comfort. But the benefit for Vitality here, that midway through the series, they just get this weight lifted off their shoulders. They look like the better team. There's synergies there. And also, any issues we've seen in the early stages should now be fixed for map 4, map 5, because they've gotten to really stick to the plan, stick to the system, and had a huge reward for it. It puts Heretics in this position where they have battled in close games, but now halfway through a series, they're made to look like the worst team.
Oh,
has its own value.
My. Okay, he only gets 1. He probably, maybe even should have got 3. Like, he tags 3 at the beginning. So much damage dealt, and whatever plan they had coming into this final round of the half has already been disrupted. They're already coming in bleeding. Woot will at least find 1, but they are being picked apart. The trades back, and just look at the HP of these last couple of players. The fragment, and then the frag to close out. Vitality, a 10-2 defensive half for the 3rd time this stage.
That is one hell of a display from Vitality. The 3rd map in the series looking like home turf. With that, they're set up to take it in half number 2. But before we go there, there'll be a break. And before that, or indeed during it, I want to show you the mic that we've had running alongside a camera all weekend. Let's see how the fans in Berlin are feeling today.
Brother, to the mic. Okay.
2 for it to go
Be
3-2.
honest, I don't think you want to see him lose this badly on any map.
No, but then you can get back to them winning again. Quicker. You lose quicker so that you get there. Nonetheless, Vitality have been having a great time so far. So let's see if they're also having a party in the comms.
Guys, they're gonna be fighting you. Nice, guys.
Swinging me, help.
I'm flashing them. Step on 3, 2, 1.
Help. Two there.
Let's go see
His trip.
I broke his cam. Yeah. David, smoke art.
They were all free there.
All 3?
Yes.
Give me bomb, and you can play it.
I didn't see Astra though.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm planting for 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back A main. Yeah, I think they will come A main. Derek, when you plant, go back
Plant forever.
A main.
Yeah.
Derek, can you take my city?
Spike planted.
Yeah, I'm 1 HP there. What do you want to take?
Like, it's fine, it's fine.
They smoked
I'm
out.
playing, bro.
Go be walking out, boys.
I'm going
Hey, Profek is full for the bomb.
You don't need to play Derka. We have pull for the bomb.
Yeah, on site.
On site. Cypher out. Look, we are gonna pull first. Pulling.
Pull.
Nothing Profek there.
I can stun when you guys need. I can stun after. Ask.
Yeah. Stun. They smoked bomb.
Could be on.
Go be on. Bad stun.
Could be on. Still could be on.
Last player standing.
Fine, see, boys.
It's okay.
Oh, he's just like me for real. Those are literally my comms. Help, 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 help. No one can hear a damn thing. Oh, well, Heretics winning out that pistol round is definitely a lifeline. It is a lifeline.
Wow. Solid from them. Obviously, a little disjointed towards the end. I think the low HP definitely didn't help them out, but great work from Boo once again. I think his impact...
Swinging me, help, 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 help.
There was 2 more as well. It was a little delay, and then help, help, just in case they forgot.
You know, at least he didn't panic.
Never lost sight of what he wanted in that moment. Some goddamn help. That's a nice early opening. Yumpy down. The Judge has done so much damage to Chronicle from miles away. This looks like an easy conversion. Now, the smoke is making it dangerous. They can get close. They can wrap through the spawn. But even as they do, there's no worry there from Heretics. Not for a while. Not until that trap is broken. One of the few teams you'll see putting this in play for a long, long time. Whoops. But at least that's removed. And I think that's going to have to be something that Vitality consider a lot. If you're not holding that double door space, and instead it's that deep in you, if you go to break a trip, it could get risky. Now, I like to talk like these rounds don't matter, because a lot of the time they shouldn't, but the Headhunter's already claimed a victim. Luckily, Woot is here to put numbers back convincingly in Heretics' favor. Nicely done.
It got dangerous for a second, but with no spike plant and Profek a million miles away. A quick scope to close. Woot picking up 4 as well, getting ever closer to that Blade Storm. Something that could prove valuable over the next couple of rounds, because they're going to need some serious momentum if they're going to have any chance of turning this map back around. Only 3 rounds needed for Vitality. In fact, if they had won the pistol, we'd already be getting ready for the next map.
Well, a win here is going to really start to convince me that the drums are in the deep, that the march is on for Heretics to climb back into this one, but
Deploying drone.
the fire beneath the mountain needs to burn bright. If they're to have any hope of recovering
That's not bad.
That is one hell of a shot. And now the Judge is given an opportunity, one that isn't converted to a kill, but with Chronicle on 14 HP. He's actually had a worse run of it this time than in the previous. The Judge has certainly sunk its teeth into a key member of Vitality. This is a great start for Heretics. They need to avoid giving opportunities away, though, and I fear that's what Kosh is about to do.
Did he just DC for a second? Like, just stood completely still. Luckily, he's got Riens nearby who will take down an opponent. Pressure still on Chronicle. Remember, is desperately low. That is still a nice shot. Sayonara has also cleared out Boo, who was sat back watching the other direction. What started as a round that could have picked up the pace in their comeback might just be one where they trip and fall. And once more, Vitality have just paused. You could see the doubt. Look at Woot starting to go back in the other direction. Weaponry being swapped as well. It lets them know that there's still a player at the back of this site. Now, Benji is healthy. He has a chance. Timing's good. Not the cleanest of shots, but the second one is. And now leads it on to the man who is tagged to 14 by the Judge. There's nothing really he could do here. Holding on to the gun is the right play, and unless they make silly mistakes, which they will not, it is going to be a Heretics round. A hero in Benji Fishy, and a round that never should have been.
Ooh, this one's... It's starting to have a bit of a weight to it, Tom. For Vitality, those little mistakes made there, not in sync crossing the site. Then the spike re-pushes back site 2v2 when your man's on long, super low with 20 seconds left. That also, I'm not sure what that was. I really and truly do not know what, like if that was Boo, I'd be like he's setting up a smoke or something, you know, but I don't know what my boy was doing. But still, the worry is that Vitality, again, we said this, right? They had this map to fix the system to avoid those problems from appearing again. And I do...
Maybe you could fall back into some more default defensive side, but when you have a Neon Jet, there's not going to be much default about your defense.
It really has to be confidence and aggression from the very start of the barriers going up, and indeed that's exactly what we'll see. Koshmaris had a lot of value last time. Same position, in fact further back with the judge, but now tucked in the corner. That smoke is up. They should be cautious of it, and it's an opportunity. If they can get the kill cleanly with these weaker weapons, they stand a good, oh my goodness, Kosh, what are we doing? He's playing so risky, but he gets out of there. I saw the Sheriff come out. I thought he was gonna wide swing it, but luckily he bails on both that idea and this hold, and they move back to A.
Yeah, I think especially in the sort of round it is. It's a low buy, a hero rifle that was saved from the previous round, and nothing more. Ultimates, if Sayonara can get a plant, maybe he could cause a little bit of disarray. For now though, with 3 players sat within this A site, a very deep position as well from Woot, knowing that they're not coming towards B, they have the trip, and they also have Benji Fishy and Koshmaris in this corner, but he hasn't managed to connect. Decent trade from Chronicle, but Boo is there to save the day. 2 kills already. Rien's still standing, a fragment making things a little bit more awkward, and the judge has been retrieved across of the site, and they've still managed to retrieve at least an additional rifle, and Yumpy's found another.
He's gonna run, surely. Go to B for the plant, but they're worried about that mid push having come through. Boo, his 3rd kill of the round's just been found. The spike picked up 8 seconds. No time if they can interrupt this plant. No time if they can interrupt it, and they will. Boo, counting in his head, realizing that he didn't want to take that fight too early. No, he cooks it just long enough. Well handled by Heretics, and now, from a 10-2 scoreline, Tom, this is looking much more like a normal game, and that's worrying. You want to come in here and create the environment for your opponents to make mistakes. You do that in the round, but you do it in the series by coming in halfway through a BO5, 10-2ing them, and sending them off that stage in record time. Then they know we have to fight back, and we just got stomped. Instead, Heretics are starting to believe down there. This is looking like the map isn't lost, and that's very dangerous to give them hope.
But yeah, I think as well, like it's dangerous, but we need other players other than Boo. Like Boo has been someone that has saved them in many rounds throughout this series, but that shouldn't have been a round that they needed to be saved.
Sure.
Now, the fact he has, brilliant.
Yeah.
It's gonna light the fire, you hear like Rian screaming, you hear them getting hyped up, but there needs to be more. Koshmaris getting caught a couple of times in silly scenarios. It can't happen if you're gonna streak this many rounds together.
How many more rounds before Rians has his moment? Vitality are running out of time as Boo just keeps on delivering. There is the Hunter's Fury landing for a tag and the kill. Boo, the danger man, has been removed, but there's still so many more dangers lurking around for Vitality. Yumpy, 18 HP, can pop the ult and run on in, get res back up, but they'll need some serious security on the site for that. And the problem, if they move towards B to make that rundown play, well, there's utility there. Pop the ult, you can run right through the trap. If Cypher wasn't on the other side of the map, Benji is playing so far away from his utility that they'll still run through that, and then they'll have to deal with Woot, who not only has the op for the first challenge, but the Blade Storm back-pocketed for any real danger. I mean, they need a miracle to get back into this, and they're running out of time to even attempt one.
Yeah, I like the idea.
Both trips.
Yumpy is just gonna try and sell them a ruse, keep some players on that side of the map, but this involves a whiffed shot from Woot, and well, in that tight of an angle, I don't think there's any odds of that happening.
12 seconds.
Yumpy too far away. Prophet is just going for broke. He's going to try and stick this, and there was no chance of him getting away with that. Woot happy to risk his life to make sure that plant never goes down, and he's still alive on the site, waiting for Yumpy to maybe try something here. It's another round in the streak of Heretics. Its defense is really starting to build up now, and there's the second pause. Now Heretics know they've got them on the ropes.
Oh yeah, I mean, the writing has been on the wall for a couple rounds now that things were getting dangerous, but this is going from bad to worse round by round. In fact, I think he would have gotten that plant if Wu didn't have the Blade Storm. Anything but that. Even the shorty might not have went for it, wouldn't have gotten it that quickly. Prophet had no chance the second that dash was taken. A timeout, as you said, for VIT.
Save in this round. And then you can come in with basically everything you've got just to try and break that combo. The fact is, though, Heretics have also just had the time to talk. The coaches will just be filling their players with further confidence, going, okay, You've managed to get 2 pauses out of them in the last 5 rounds. A nice early disruption, though. The bop back in play, or the boop, depending who you ask. It's up for debate.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If that trip wasn't triggered, they'd have a lot of players coming their way on range. Instead, Profek up close has somehow gotten a double. And now look how much danger Kashima Harris is in. Vitality, man, how do they do it? This is the round that ends up working out for them. Heretics triple push A long, and the patient display on the defensive side had worked. But after a timeout, they decide to come in with something new, and well, oh my goodness, that timing as well. That is just salt in the wound. The only thing new is the taste of defeat in this half for Team Heretics.
Yeah. And a mode of Thrifty, seemingly out of absolutely nothing. I understand the thought process from Heretics of like, yeah, as you said, we played very passively, played off the rotations. Let's go for something hyper-aggressive to just catch them off guard and slam them into the dirt. But it seemed like Vitality were almost just waiting for it. I think everything heard and called for by Profek. And that is the fact. They push versus the eco. They get caught out because of it. No more check-ins. And I'm not sure that that was something that would be called.
No.
But nonetheless, if we are going to hear some calls, let's listen in to Heretics.
My ult is ready.
Stabilize on them. I mean, guys, keep
me on it. Keep me on it. I keep it. Don't worry.
Chill.
You can go towards mid, guys. You can go anywhere. Don't question yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Let's pick. One, two.
They're AFK, buddy.
Flashed. Chill.
I'm drafted.
Guys, go towards do something. Come to me. Connector. We fight connector.
I still have aim in. I'm holding your fucking art.
Let's pick 1, 2.
Double doors as a gap.
Yes. Now I'm just gonna prowler this, okay?
Let's play a bit more forward.
Okay.
Bring them down.
Close up.
Can you clear it?
I prowler again.
Fade ult?
I have DP.
Yeah, I ult, bro. There is
Fade
up.
ult. Could be on your right, guys.
Yes, on your right, Kier.
No one?
One step down.
No, see?
Literally no one. I go back. I will play defensive now, guys.
Guys,
Time.
okay, we're running it. Guys, 3A. It's gonna be A.
Yeah,
Guys, a lot A.
I can ult for you guys to block, okay?
Yes.
I'm pulling for you now.
I got tagged.
I pulled it. Try to...
They're now behind you.
I cannot.
Nice. Care minus 80.
I'm coming to you. It's still playable.
They're on art.
Watch out.
Well, Durka dishing out death in art. He's already found the round, it seems, till Rien shows up. We asked, how long before this man finds his form again? How long will he be quiet? Well, he's already done so much, but so much more needed. And Chronicle stacks the advantage for Vitality with another map point for Vitality. 5 chances to close this out. And a victory here means one of the next 2 maps is all they need to lift that trophy.
That's something that go back after they lost 3 games in a row during the regular group stage. And that is not a sentence that anybody thought would be uttered. But they've been building up that momentum just as Heretics were in this second half, but it sounded a little scrappy, trying to find out desperately what their opponents were doing, and by the time they did, it all seemed over. They've still got weaponry for this round. Doubling up, waiting for this swing to come in, but it is not clean. The Rians of last round is dead, and now he must watch.
Oh, that flash is nasty. Kosh doesn't stand a chance in Vitality. 2 kills away from this map being theirs, from a 2-1 scoreline. And although Heretics, they had that resurgence, they really put up a fight starting out this half, but the streak seems to be put to bed. Chronicle with another, and it's just a formality now. Woot in the 1v4. He'll get the first, but going through that cosmic divide will be his end. There it is, 13-7, locked in. Vitality stand on the shoulder of giants to make it to this grand final. And they stand tall going into the final 2 before they can come swinging out of the gates on split.
Yeah, their expectations might have been to be 2-1 down at this stage, depending on how Breeze had gone in their minds. It was maybe not too much of a surprise, but also a journey back to another second place if they lose one of these next two maps. That's a great start, though. An early pick for Woot. His raise over on Lotus was impressive. They're going to hope for more of the same. Profek trying his best to survive on site has been dealt with. That double duelist swinging into action again. And the retake, a tough one.
Cautious, primed to strike as well. Chronicle looking the other way. The wall ends up saving him there. That could have been a little dicey otherwise. They need every man they can get to fight their way back through for Heretics. As you said, fighting against the history of that second place that always claims them.
Last player standing. Flawless.
They will take the pistol. 1-0 with an in-zone flawless. We said, let's see if they can come in swinging right out of the gates, and from barrier up, there was no mercy.
No, that's exactly what you need. Sure, you had that small boost, that 5-round streak in the last map, but ultimately, it felt like you were always falling further and further behind. Now, though, back on a map where you're very comfortable, I think as well, that attack side start, it's a side of the map that both teams have looked very impressive on from what we've seen from their split so far. Think back to the 12-0 that Vitality had versus Pacific, but also their 9-3 versus Foot, which they only ended up winning in overtime. We know the attack could be where both teams dominate, but that pistol can make it all the more dominant. Of course, I think in this series as well, there's plenty of other factors. Fatigue, most certainly a factor for Heretics. Oh, but maybe not for Koshmaras. He looks anything but tired.
Yeah, they even had the nade landing there as well, the stun behind. I mean, that's
he wants to go up the road. He wants
situation.
to go up.
You got to judge. What are they going to do retaking with a judge? Why not bring it to them? One shot left is a good reason not to. So there we go. The reload comes into play, and now any step towards this area should be met with
Fair
death,
play.
but somehow Yumpy's able to take down Kosh. Okay. Damage comes back into question, and certainly possible, feasible. Yumpy dealt with, it's only B main, but the question for Heretics is where do they exit? You're probably going to suspect that these players are towards spawn, maybe heaven as well. But they have to take a risk somewhere.
With the wall not being tripped, you would assume that they're not.
Oh,
like you're going to think
smoke,
that maybe they're the other way. The smoke's definitely going to maybe play as a slight ruse, but it might be the other way. They're hoping to force them in the other direction. An opportunity, but Benji checks every angle. Safety first, and a 2-0 start for Heretics. A much needed one.
Very much so, yeah. This map has to at least start with confidence, or you could very well see Vitality running away with it. As Heretics said, as Neil Zinho said, well, that's clean. They were a little slow to start. They had to rely on that late comeback. It didn't come through, but the danger we highlighted was that second half streak. It makes them feel like they're back in the game. It makes Heretics feel like that last map was a bump in the road. What we're seeing here, at least to start with, seems to support that thesis. For now, a weak buy from Heretics, but not one that is void of potential. Only a single real rifle. The first pick only sends a judge into the hands of Rienz. Still those dangers lurking, but they are falling one by one.
Okay, that's not pretty at all from Sayonara. Maybe the pressure getting to him a little bit in this series, but luckily he's got tenured players to back him up. The trophy for Vitality still holds a lot of weight. Sure, they got kickoff last year, but Stage 1, Stage 2 have only ever been won by Fnatic and Liquid. Today, one of these teams will change that, will put their name in the history books, and you only really remember the team that finishes first, unless you're a team that constantly finishes second.
That's very true, yeah. The pattern makes it memorable. For Vitality, 4 players still standing as the spike is being diffused. That is a very convincing return, especially when Heretics, in a lot of these rounds, you'll see teams with like 2 pistols and stuff like that. They had 1 pistol, which was upgraded right away after that first kill.
Yeah.
And And all things considered, that was a pretty solid performance. The only real danger being that fight from Sayonara. He is having a bit of a slow start. I don't expect that to last for too much longer. Indeed, you can hear Yumpy calling for the spike in the end. He gets the defuse. Now 1 away from a Nightfall, which coming into your opponent's first full buy, could be very valuable indeed.
Well, yeah, I feel like there almost has to be a challenge for this B-side orb, just because you don't want to be allowing Woot to get the orb, because that showstopper will be available, a complete game changer in this round, but it is going to be capitalized on. Taken with 4 players, no ground really battled for on the Vitality side, sitting pretty, waiting patiently, but even though no damage has been done, I feel like Heretics can be very happy with the start of this round.
Yeah, definitely. The early fight, the orb, be main taken, Prowlers being burned up just to confirm you're still there, but the paranoia was a danger. Not one they're able to follow up on though. Vitality just using that to delay, to run that clock down. The problem is when push comes to shove for Heretics, they now have that showstopper to entry with. That's going to make things a whole lot easier and make that clock not matter as much.
Okay, now I was about to say, Prophet had started rotating towards the B site. He now sits passive with the showstopper, a decent position for Sayonara. He's just going to hold in the corner, but now they know where he is. Showstopper not going to be able to deal with him. They're going to have to try and fight him, and he can't quite correct. Again, left on an island, and
30 seconds
well, unfortunately for him, the Piranhas caught him out in the water. The trade's coming back thick and fast, but keeping the advantage with Heretics for now. Still a late lurk, but are those steps going to be heard? Look at the position of Yumpy. He definitely knows the Benji is coming in this direction. This could be a freebie.
It has to be. It should be. And Benji is completely unaware, having heard no steps. Now Yumpy, hand on Benji's shoulder, follows him through. It's a near impossible round. He needs to
okay.
Given a multi-kill, but instead he'll take the knife. Style points for Yumpy, but a round that should be too far gone for him to even try. And indeed, he is just backing out of there. The right call.
Originally, the plan was, okay, let's see how much I can get from this. The second his 2 teammates die, it's like, okay, at least I can add a little humiliation in. Maybe try and get in Benji's head a little bit, but other than that, it's a very comfortable round for the side of Heretics. An immediate response. Showstopper also not really playing much of a part other than keeping some of the players in more passive positions. But I am also starting to get a little bit worried because Sayonara, especially looking back to their last game of Split, I remember the sort of showstopper where he kills himself and then the showstopper where he wins the game. He ended up being their best player in that map. If he goes missing here, that's a problem.
Without a doubt. Yeah, and we've seen him with some opportunities so far squandered. But the same can be said. Yeah, sure, he's 0-4, but Kron isn't having that kind of game that we've seen from him all season long. They've been getting shut down, and Durka now missing the op shot, has to flee the site. A has been taken, but Yumpy running down. He's caught himself too. I don't even know where the second one came from. And with Benji traded out so quickly, before the spike is even planted, Heretics are facing a very successful retake. Koshmaris, but now he's done for.
Yeah,
there is no way out, and Rienz faces a 1v4. It would be probably his play of the year if he was to get this one across the line. And, well, how worried are you about Sayonara now?
Good response. It's exactly what you want to see. I think the ult positioning as well from Yumpy, it helps him out, but also helps out everybody else. They're able to reclaim this space so quickly, and he even gets a 2-for-1 deal while, Benji just, he even gets headshotted. Just very, very unlucky. And then everything else is just clearing out those angles and a confidence-building round from Sayonara to give them their second onto the board. Sure, there's still going to be an investment of sorts, but it's really not the best from Heretics. They haven't been able to build up too many credits over these last few rounds. What I will say, though, is they have a potential to level the playing field with their ults.
Well, that's it. Saved up for a rainy day, and that's a torrential downpour. And Vitality were able to equalize. And Chronicle has just been walked on. Sayonara gets away with one, but that's the showstopper converted, and he is down to a sliver of HP. Prophet barely manages to escape, and in fact, Koshmaris, for a moment, thought about continuing that aggression. Instead, they will wait. The wall in play has to be baited out for them to afford the retake moments from now, and there it is. In fact, it's even going to stop them hunting down the back of it, but the Steel Garden buys so much time, and with Vine still online, this round, oh my god, Koshmaris is going again! He doesn't stop! Koshmaris with a double on the bookie! They waited out the ult! They bide their time for that! Ridiculous! And he goes for more, of course he does. A greedy little goblin. He'll be put to bed, but the round for Heretics is more than enough of a trade-off.
Yeah, the goal now from Vitality is just try and make things costly. Try and remove as many of those weapons as they can, but this corner will give a safe space. But I do love that from Koshmaris. Like, normally you talk about over-aggression, but the man had a bucky. Like, he knows that their weapons have been removed. The only thing they can have is pistols. And he has the element of surprise while the rest of his teammates have managed to retrieve rifles. It's basically just putting a spanner in the works.
And both players that were in spawn, which he didn't have that info at the time, he knew he tagged Profek a bit, but Sayonara was also incredibly low. So that bookie is the perfect weapon for that situation. Maybe even better than the judge there.
KC, who were the one-map team, and that one map was Haven.
Yeah, most of the time.
It doesn't make you doubt them if they manage to take it there. And with Split, again, being more of that middle ground, if they can show this level of aggression. Whoa, okay. Profek. The first one I thought came easy. It was Koshmaris diving in alone, but the second one, wow, a little bit of luck that went a long way.
Kosh was tagged on the cross as well, so I agree that first was incredibly easy. The second, ridiculous. Chronicle's running out of ammunition. 40 left to work with, 1:05 on the clock, and 3 opponents. There's no need to face. And holding the up line is Durka. That's a tag. Benji and Rienz are both so easy to deal with now for, well, anyone who doesn't have an operator. The battle boo might be needed yet again. The one thing is, though, they've dragged a huge rotation to the B side, and they're making the read now that there's enough presence here. There's enough angles being covered and enough noise made that the A site should be free, should be easy. But we've just seen the rotation of Sayonara. And now the rotation of Durka. And now the rotation of Profek for a moment. And then Heretics try to go back to B. But I think this is a bit overcooked on the attacking side. And we can see there's no surprise here.
Oh, they're trying to play with the rotations, but no rotations have been played with. And now, you know what? That's the reward for earlier. The tag was hit, but now he gets the reward. It is an in-zone flawless, a clean way to break back in for Vitality. And again, we have to give credit where it's due. Every time they've taken a pause, the response has been fantastic from this Vitality side.
I'm not sure what Pal said to Profek to get that out of him, but he should just keep it tattooed on his wrist at this point. Took the hand clean off Rienz.
Nice shots there, kid.
But indeed, a 3-4 scoreline. Not damning, but Durka's not replay. Back-to-back collaterals. I mean, it's a low buy round, right? It's one for Heretics that doesn't carry the most weight, but geez, you've got to feel a bit hard done by that, especially when Rienz comes through with a pick in mid. That pick means practically nothing.
Can we replay the, oh, nice Durka from Chronicle from the last round so that he doesn't need any new voice comps? Because it's just exactly the same.
That's crazy. Back-to-back rounds. Also closing the last round
and opening the next. It's literally, if you were not paying attention, that will have seemed like we just played the replay twice. In fact, though, he's going to end a couple of rounds. All right. I am seeing more and more of the Bandit. And seeing that in the patch notes, or the next one coming up, they're going to buff it, it has me a little bit nervous. I hope it's like a little buff.
I'm going to give Boo the respect of not continuing that conversation, because I really do want to, but he's in a 1v3 and has picked up an AWP. Now, with the pistol in his hand, I had no faith, but he's already baited out the snakebite. He's got stars to work with, 2 more after that initial one, and he is trying to bait a fight. I love how he's approaching this. It is the right play, and he might be about to get a reward. They are sitting on the edge of the smoke, and he's walking up close with it up. So this is about as bad as it could go for him with no information.
Well, that could have been worse.
That could have been a whole lot worse.
Just
There's now
waiting
12
for
seconds
plan.
left. They're just going to paranoia and dive on him. There's no need to let him get that plan through. And indeed, they're just about letting him through. But punishing him in the end. He won't get out with Vitality. Now finding 4, neck and neck. They've been so good at fighting their way back in with these slow starts in the half. You have to think, if they start putting up numbers early, it's going to be a tough team to deal with. That's nasty.
Every other kill doesn't seem quite as cool after that. That's actually what they said during the tactical pause. We've actually gone back a replay. That's all they said in the tac.
What was that? Scott's making the goofy noises. You love
I was
to
about to
see
say, he's turned into an old school cartoon for a second.
Well, that one's going on the soundboard for me. That was beautiful. Thank you, Scott. But for Vitality, as we said, they found their way to neck and neck. Viper's Pit one away, some ultis online for them to work with, but the same on the other side. And those orbs early on have been going to the attack side, but this time Vitality pushed up to get some of their own. Full B main control already, but over on the A side, it's Sayonara that's in trouble. The nade will buy him time. In fact, the nade might get him a kill. He's there with a shorty and he's missed. But there's still a man up top. Profek is waiting and taking a double. Leaving Koshmaris desperately low as well, but now they've detected Yumpy. They know that he's here. They'll try to take him down and will do so successfully. But hold on, there's another challenger, because Chronicles joined the fight. He's come in from up top as the ult popped by Durka sits inside the smoke and dives in just in time. This is chaos with Boo as the last man standing, but the finger guns will be dealt with. 18 HP. And Heretics just about by the skin on their teeth. They take the round.
I want to know if either side of the coaches are still sat in their chairs.
What was that?
The nade not getting anything. It's crazy. I don't know how Koshmaris wins that. Then you have the perfect backstab from Chronicle. And all ironed out. The final twist in the road. It's the clutch coming out from Boo. 5-4. They are still in their chairs, just about. And the twists and turns continue in this map. Pressure put on. He stunned himself a little bit, and the shorty has beaten the judge. Profek now sat down there. They've put a second player. Durka walking up, even if he just trips the wall. Can he get round it? I don't think he can, right? No. But now he's stuck on the other side of it. I don't know if that's ideal. Luckily, the players are already pushing up middle, maybe looking for the same again. I don't think they'd expect it to go in the same fashion, because that was mental. But Sayonara is still alive.
23 HP. Chronicle should be dead here. If he hits this headshot, I'm going to lose it. But that smoke has bought time. In fact, they're looking the other way. It's beautiful. Kron's able to easily get one in that nade.
It's cursed.
Oh,
His nades are cursed.
It doesn't take Benji down. He somehow chest bumps it out of the way. Lothar was right. A simple block of the... No, Kron, don't go through. 23 HP. He can't go through that. And indeed, he will sit and wait now with no choice thanks to those thorns. And a second set primed and ready. They haven't broken it either. And oh, is Benji going to wait for the paranoia? Yes! The thorns go up as soon as the paranoia's in, and that delays the retake.
Leaves Durka trapped for a second. But the Viper screen has bought them time. Benji desperately low, but even still, he's taken one. He's done what he can, leaves it down to the 1v1, and it's Boo once again. He's been phenomenal in these clutch moments, and he does not miss!
2 in a row for Boo. 1v1s with Durka. And one he had the ult. And the other the advantage, swing it out from that map. I can't believe
these
the battle Boo
are so stupid.
Yeah, Vent is pure chaos here. But honestly, the game that Boo is having...
Ooh, bro, you're gapping Durka, bro.
He is gapping Durka. Playing his day. I don't know. He needs to start every series on a Sage, man. It just activates something in him. And the battle boos found 2 now for Heretics. That's 6-4.
Well, yeah, dare I say it, he has been their best player in this series.
He genuinely has.
Like, he has won so many unbelievable rounds. And wow, anybody calling that at the beginning of the day probably has some boo-related pun on their back.
They're probably in a psych ward at this point.
I was making a joke about his family, but you know, you could go that way.
Saying
if
they're
you
crazy.
want.
They're crazy people, but we need to use them to tell the future.
6-4. Lead extended somehow. A showstopper available. Overdrive as well. A chance for an incredibly pacey hit. Sayonara is trying to be disruptive. It's only going to be the one. Profik in an insane off angle. So aggressive, but they are denying them. He can't quite TP away. And again, Boo combining with Woot. Both tagged desperately low. But a post plant will happen. And the timing could be perfect. It seems like Yumpy's aware. He knows the gaps that have been left. He knows there's a flank coming as well. So he just needs to wait anyway. But he looks away. But I don't think the gun was ready for Woot. That's a problem. It would have to be 3 in a row for Boo. This one, surely, he has no chance. And finally, they have dealt with the menace that's been causing them issues over the last couple of rounds.
I think if Boo won that one, we'd have to check he's not got someone team viewered in.
Yeah.
An old German player comes to mind. 6-4. Team Heretics with that lead that their IGL claimed for them, now under threat. As we could again be neck and neck at the half, which is the furthest thing from what Heretics want. But it's been a good attack side so far.
5-0 with result.
5-0.
The major worry, though, for Heretics is the fact that, as said at the beginning, we have seen both of these teams do the majority of their damage on the attack side. Now, there hasn't been a whole lot of data for Heretics on this map. When you win 13-2, that happens quite often. Profik almost used his paranoia towards mid. He's actually the one under pressure without realizing it just yet. Some weaponry weaknesses, and Rians and Benji with the low-buy weapons have managed to win their opening fights. In fact, Woot's now added another to the death toll. This was looking like a weak buy, but somehow Heretics have found strength.
There's the showstopper. Easy kill on the Woot. He was low HP with no possibility of surviving. The problem is the rest of his teammates not in that same boat. Sayonara, as the wall drops, he's just missed a player slipping into his left, and that won't be the end of him. That's Steel Garden buying time as the wraparound comes in from Rienz. It's not needed. They've already got this one locked down, and with the Viper's Pit to work with, he will find it hard to get that put into play, and indeed impossible. A 7-5 score at the half for Team Heretics. There is still some hope.
Yeah, for sure. They've got to try and make it work in that second half. Otherwise, this game will be going the way of Vitality. And there is someone down in the crowd standing by with Nats, who is a massive Chronicle fan, who I'm sure would love to see that happen.
End of story. Go, go, go.
It is so often that we talk about the supporting staff of...
Especially if they can get that Nightfall online. Of course, make sure to check out the QR code if you are fancying coming down for Masters London. It's going to be a great show, and you're going to see both of these teams there.
But it's going to be all right. We'll see how things go. For Vitality in half number 2 is already, it's a pretty successful start. Pistols have invaded Heaven, where Koshmaris is, as usual, good for at least his one. He's really been a joy to watch grow as this season has gone on. But he has been left flattened in this round with Benji and Boo in a 2v3. The thing is, Yumpy's incredibly low. Well, so is Boo.
Yeah, I guess if you don't see the man you're fighting, turns out it's more difficult to kill them. As said, I thought this was an important pistol. Unless Benji has some heroics, a chance, but those shots just not landing. Even the low HP Yumpy would still be standing for everything he's fired off so far. They're now trapped within the site. Finally, he deals with one. But more importantly for Vitality, that is the second pistol under their belt and the start to their attack side they would have desired.
Yeah, and it's like you said, Tom, with a solid attack side, historically, this is where you do start to get a bit worried. That pistol could have carried a lot of weight for Team Heretics, and their adaptation coming into the next round is going to be vital. Do they make an investment? If so, how much? It should be a light investment.
This is grand final aim if ever I've seen it.
Should be next to Eco. And indeed, it looks like that's what we'll get. So a small investment on the Koshmaris, no surprise. These rounds have worked out in the past. And for Team Heretics, they now more than ever need a solid start to a half. Vitality are back to comfort here on Split. Expected to put up numbers. Seeing things equalize. Again, we come to the question of damage in this round not being very easy to obtain. Like Heretics, if they get 2 kills, great. That's a Ghost and a Sheriff gone. And actually, it's probably just the light shields, as those pistols will be carried forward. So for them to find success here will be difficult.
Well, yeah, it almost feels like the goal from Boo is just to try and get as much info as possible, but already
great tag.
Tag onto Chronicle, but the team is going the other way, slowly clearing out angles. It's all going to be heard by Boo, but it's how quickly the rest of the team can get there. Koshmaris, very quickly. Everybody else, it's going to take them a moment, and with the post plant already in, it may even just come down to dying to the spike.
I mean, what's Koshmaris supposed to even do? The risk taken in going into heaven here is huge with the Marshal. He'll try it, of course, it's an eco. But waits for his teammates to wrap through mid as well. So now they've covered all their bases. They've seen that everything's clear here, and he can start to look for fights. This is the right way to play the round. Let the man with the rifle take some duels, try to help as best you can, and pick it up if he goes down. Cost is what you're trying to apply to the other side, and it's already a decent start. 1 headshot, and he gets a lot more, and that stun is caught a lot. Now here comes the Horde running through. It's only classics, but there's so many of them. The damage is actually being done. It's starting to get costly, and it definitely got dangerous. But in the end, Vitality emerged victorious. But they are definitely wearing a few battle scars.
Yeah, they'll gain some orbs, but what they lost was 3 players going down. They are still going to be able to comfortably pull in a decent buy in this round. But for a second, I thought Boo was just going to stick that under their nose.
He could have. No, not this one. Not like this. Not like
Let's go, Baldy!
He's talking to you.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Motivation for Tom. Love to see it.
Got up my game. 7-7. For Vitality, as I said, I feel like they will now feel like they are in the driver's seat. But you can never count out Heretics at any moment of any game. They pulled off a reverse sweep before, but this one doesn't even need to be that. 2 maps needed, and they find themselves level. As I said, we haven't seen much of their defensive side because of how dominant they were when playing against Foot. But we have seen a lot of the Vitality attack side. And teams have struggled against it. The re-aggression has been spotted. Boo decently placed, but it's only going to be 1. And in fact, Boo gets nothing on the other side. They're even going to throw the Nightfall in, but it has been dodged. Re-ent. No, he steps back into it, and because of that low, Koshmaris hoping for some miracle spam. Instead, he's actually caught. But will be allowed to survive, at least for now.
What a round for Vitality. They've already sent Heretics for the hills. Secured the site, secured the win, secured the lead as well. This Vitality squad is looking undefeatable at times. Again, we talk about the group stage, the fact that they shouldn't have been in playoffs, let alone in the grand final, running through that upper bracket, defeating. Obviously, Giants was the start of their season, but speaking about the Giants of the region, your Liquids, your Fanatics, they bested them with relative ease, making it here. Foot as well, and we may be soon to add Team Heretics to that list at 3-1 on the horizon with victory for Vitality and the economy pushed to the limits for Team Heretics.
I think the thing as well, though, is like those were not just the top teams of the region, the teams that, like you talk about, a list of people that go to champions. It is normally those, maybe alongside Giant X, as you mentioned at the beginning. Yep. Those are the squads that we normally send, but also they're ones looking back for Yumpy, Profek, Pal, that they struggled against last year, the ones that would stop them making it to those events. Of course, a victory here, it might be a small footnote in it, but will also garner them additional points towards champions at the end of the year. Give them a top 8 as well, which will give them additional time. And we've spoken about this squad with that time to work. For Heretics, though, they would like to claim that for themselves. This is a lower-buy round, but the nade's actually been able to pick off Sayonara. A good start, a couple of weapons that were kept through from the previous round. Now a showstopper in play as well for Woot, so there is some real danger. The Vitality could get caught in a trap.
"50 seconds on the clock, and it looked like uncertainty for a moment there. Akash was going to rotate to the B site. Maybe he should have, but Dirk has gone down. That's a big fight.
Showstoppers on B.
Helping out. The B site under threat.
What?
And no longer. Boo's got him through the wall. But he's running. He's running for the rifle. He's looking the wrong way. Boo's being dealt with, but Showstopper, as you said, it's there, it's available, and Woot's thinking about putting it through. Here's the steps, and this is his moment, fired out with great precision. And Chronicle, another huge clutch needed, but denied this time. Team Heretics lost the lead, but not the will to fight.
No, that was a big round from Woot. Obviously helped out massively by Benji with the initial tag to get his nade a kill. But then the showstopper had to be timed perfectly. He goes too early, maybe he doesn't catch someone, he goes too late, and Chronicle would have killed him. So he had to get that spot on. And then also just having that nade towards the end, even the blast back just to reduce any fall damage. That is how you play that raise. That's why you want to see him on this agent. And immediately evening up the scoreline, putting their economy through the roof as well. They are right back in contention for this map.
Oh, Chronicles dealt with early by Heretics. Now that A aggression coming out, they are starting to believe. Round 17 and the lead could be theirs yet again, but Vitality, they've only lost Chronicle. Durka still waiting. That operator, we're not even waiting, pushing forward, taking space, tripping the wall as well up towards B Heaven. And all the while, you can see that Vitality across the map have a very, very slow plan. Waiting for aggression in mid, in vents, and outside B, but nothing is coming their way. The only aggression they waited for, so the only aggression they got was when they were waiting for outside A, but got punished. With 45 seconds left, they might have to go blind into this site. Well, not quite blind. That'll help.
Oh! Ooh, goes swinging out. 35 seconds left, though. Still 2 players on this site. Mid-control has been challenged for. Looking to try and surround them in. They look to fight this together. There's still another player. Reams gets dealt with, though. Vitality on the entry have done well. Woot already in fairly quick, but that plant is coming through. Kushmara is just running it down. He doesn't even know. Dirk is still in the corner. Some reaction shots coming out of the Finn. And a back and forth continues. 9-8 lead claim by Vitality. And once again, Heretics find themselves on the back burner.
I'm really keen to see this replay of the final or second last kill. The last one Durka got. Because I saw him holding Heaven with the AWP. And he adjusted so quick. Look at that, man. So fast to catch that Neon sliding through. And it gave Sayonara the time to correct up top.
Sit down! Sit down!
It's not just
you.
a...
You guys are sitting.
Sit down, all of you. You guys are sitting. 9-8 for Vitality. A big round in the last, but it has been a pendulum swinging in so many of these rounds for Heretics. Investing fully. Boo's on a bookie, interestingly. Makes sense when you look at where he's holding.
Also, this would break them.
But this is it, yeah, a loss here, and they are trailing by quite some. This is the the cliff's edge. And they're standing real close of their own volition.
Oh, Prowler sent through. Chronicle this time holding with an operator. Second Prowler. Even committed. Clearly some doubts that maybe they missed something outside of A. And those doubts seemingly being confirmed as a rotation went back in the other direction. Wu headed his way into the other side of the map. Utility being baited out though. Happy to play this one slowly, but now Sayonara goes in, but he's blinded. Solid flash to help out Rians. An advantage taken, and with 30 seconds, if they're going to change the direction they're going in, it would need to be now.
A lot of that utility from VIT's already dealt with. They're not wrong to still commit to this A site. They're walking out, Benji! 3 in the blink of an eye! And no surprise, Chronicle's running for the hills. What was that? The man motivated to play on home soil. He removed his utility, but yeah, Benji was the real problem.
Just holding that back corner. It's such a valuable position because as they come running out, he's able to hold the line, but the re-swing further to just mow them down. 9-9, the back and forth continues, and this time it's enough for Vitality to take that pause. We've spoken about it all the way through this game so far. The commitment of the showstopper, the reposition into heaven, and all dealt with by one man.
Spike down.
And just when you think that Vitality have that golden road all the way to a trophy, a top 8, Dirk is going to have to use his to pad the gap of his weaponry. Classic is all he has alongside it, and it makes me believe this is going to have to be a pacier hit. Almost off rip.
Durka's given all this space for free. Heretics are playing so far back that they've left this as a vacuum, assuming perhaps Vitality would take it, maybe. Even assuming the pace would be as it is. Vitality now make it up to heaven. Congratulations, Durka, no ult anymore. He's down to a classic. Chronicle holding the op, has been given no peeks. This is so patient from Heretics, and their reward now. Fights on their terms. The flash from Benji again. It's causing so many issues for Vitality, and this may well be the last A hit we see for a while. They are being shut down on this side of the map.
Yeah, it feels like, again, as you said, they removed all of his utility. They sent Durka through. His only goal was just to get rid of every single piece, make it so that he was almost left bare and barren on this backside. But a singular flash and his own swing was enough to end this round immediately, and Chronicle's right back to the same as last round. Can I save an operator in towards the spawn?
30 seconds left.
A lead that will now be claimed by Team Heretics. A map of the utmost important, a map that would take them to Haven, which, again, you go back to last year, the year before, they'd be dreaming of a last map on Haven. No one would even let them play it, let alone let it be the final map in a series. And sure, times have changed. Their favorites were, in fact, banned out at the beginning of this series. And that's something that can't be understated. Like, you come in and your opponent gets a 2 veto plus a pick, you lose Fracture, which has been very good for you, and a perm ban for your opponent, and then you lose Ascent, which has looked great versus very tough opposition, and you still come in, you challenge in this series, you almost take away a map from your opponents at the very beginning as well. Sure, you almost go 2-0 down, but let's ignore that. And now you sit 10-9, a chance to take it to a third map, and in all honesty, you now look back towards Vitality again. You've just taken a pause. You've been absolutely obliterated by exactly the same thing that caused you issue in the previous round. And again, you dealt with all of his utility with no trouble. You'd almost want another tactical pause here, but you don't really have that blessing.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, you look at how those rounds go down. Like you said, you remove all of that utility. That should be Benji stripped of any chance to in order. And here we go, one round between them. Vitality, as we said, this is their opportunity to fight for this map. You lose this one, and it really does feel like the path steepens. Round 20.
Are they gonna go for it again? Like,
well,
I've heard the phrase, if at first you don't succeed, try again. But okay, they are selling the idea that they are going to go there again. Nade thrown in to try and force people out of positions.
And break utility. If it's there,
Yeah, make it feel that a little bit more awkward. The rotation hasn't been pulled, though. They haven't moved anyone to that side of the map just yet.
Well, there's two ways this works for you. One is rotations, and one is that someone wants info, and they go peeking A main, and they go right into the hands of Chronicle, who's holding it with an op. And we've seen you're either getting tagged or taken down, if that's the case. The problem with it is, again, this relies on the gamble that Heretics will overface, and they have not done that.
No.
Think about the last round. They were so patient. And when they have an angle like this of their own, why would they? A shot fired at random as the wall went up. And it hasn't taken anybody down, not even down low. Those players now flee, making it look like this was all a plan to fake A, go B, but the wraparound is on its way. The problem is they have not dragged rotations. This A hit is still going to have Woot there. It's still going to have Benji, and it's still going to have that bloody flash that's caused so many problems.
Is it going to be the same again? Can Benji Fishy save them 3 rounds in a row? He's going to try and deny them the weaponry, but they are running out of time. 12 seconds.
Nade in.
They need to move, and they need to move now. The wall has blocked them off. They
It's
are
done!
stuck behind it. The spike's not making it to the site. It's all gone wrong for Vitality. The one piece of util that left remaining was that wall, and it has ended their round.
Heretics built a big, beautiful wall, and it kept all the attackers out. Benji Fishy. His flash we thought would be the key piece here, but it's not. The spike's stuck on the other side, and Yumpy, you see him breathe deep.
The wall is heaven every round, boys.
And that mistake will come back to cost them. They were corralled into heaven by the nade, sent down lower. And a mistake of timing. One man running ahead of the rest, and it's over.
They had to avoid the Steel Garden as well.
Yep.
Like either that or you run into an unknown flash, and well, now they're trying to run through smokes. This A site, again, I feel like I'm going back to watching Eternal Fire on this map, where it's just like, let's just keep hitting A over and over again, and it's not working. They need to find something else, because walking into the Benji Fishy setup has only been met with death or running out of time.
Yeah, but it has been 3 rounds off Benji's utility. 3 rounds.
They got the wall this time.
2 were a flash, 1 was a wall. It's been a long time since I've seen a wall win a round like that. In VCT, I can't even remember it. Especially this deep in a game with stakes like this for Vitality. It's a gut punch. And I think there's another one on the way. Koshmaris now holding patiently up top. That off. Will missed the shot. Nice little crouch peek from Profek. Plays limbo, and he's made it past this round, but no, come on now.
No, please.
Whoop.
30 seconds again, though. That
He's
clock
missing.
ticking. And he gets Sayonara instead. He misses one, but he doesn't miss from there. Chronicles operators finally found a victim. It feels like he's been saving it for so many rounds, and while he will not save it once again, Heretics were looking defeated, desolate, but now they are fighting back 4 in a row and need just 1 to take us to map 5.
As we talked about Vitality with a chance to make it to that summit, it seems Heretics are standing in their path. For now, at least.
Let's go, guys. Sick, guys. Amazing. Woo, nice entry.
And thanks to that man, when it comes to the A site, the way is shut. Vitality, 3 in a row needed now for Heretics. That 5th and final map, they can already taste it. It's just around the corner, a few picks away.
Well, that's the question. Where did they go now? An additional operator has been brought up for the defense. Woot has 1 in hand, a spare gun to boot.
There.
They're making it so that there is no safe angle to challenge.
Right there.
And mid, honestly, at this point, seems like the best option. Try and claim some control. The A site has been an utter nightmare, especially in the more direct approach.
There.
But the read, it's an interesting one. The defensive side has fully rotated away, leaving, well, a hero in the the form of Benji Fishy. It seems like he's about to be challenged once again. The spike has been somewhat isolated here, but we'll have to hold.
Challenging Benji, what could possibly go wrong? He will be stunned, he will be naded, surely he'll be dealt with as a result. And there it is, the spam takes him down, the plant found. They had to take a different route, but they got to their destination at long last. A plant on the A site, but they can't let it slip from here. It seems some aggression on the minds of Vitality. Prophet wrapping around up top. But he'll hold his horses, hold that position. The same said for Chronicle. They're covering all their bases. I mean, the risk at the moment for the walk-up. With the advantage. Oh, they just sit back and let Heretics come to them. Well handled to put Boo alone versus 3. And they're coming through that wall any moment now.
Yeah, he's trying to use his util once again, but there was no way out of that scenario. Vitality had broken through. They finally were able to deal with Benji, and it genuinely seemed like the whole mid-take, the goal was just to make sure they could clear that man from the heavens. Knowing where he'd be standing, predictable, but why wouldn't you be with the success that he's had? I'll also say as well, something that I don't know if you saw in the moment, but would have angered you if you did, was the fact that Kochmaris did drop himself a bonus weapon.
It was an Ares.
Of an Ares.
I did see it. I did see it. I chose not to comment on it.
Well, it didn't work to your satisfaction.
Thankfully, yes, and get exactly what you deserve. 2 more chances now to close out this map before overtime. For Heretics, they've already lost mid. There's a very quick take from Durka, but only with a judge. The thing is, I mean, if he gets close enough, right now we can see it's completely clear the only man that could do anything about it is Wu.
Well, they've moved the wall. This is a whole new setup for the side of Heretics, a more passive one. And while the Thorns are going to help out, here goes the Showstopper. A chance for maybe more, but no! Gets a little greedy. Sayonara was already on the other side, and Woot not firing early could be their undoing. A chance now re-ends in the position that has been so dangerous, but Sayonara waking up. We mentioned this young star on the Rays. A quiet start to the map, but a resurgence now sits him right near the top of the board for his team, and a post plant with a judge up close once again.
He needs to be so careful, though. Stepping out of line here for Durka could give them the way back through the 3v3, but instead, again, holding his ground. Patience rewarded again and again in this series. A 3 versus 2, and for Sayonara, a pick here, even going down, as long as it's towards the end of the round, it's just fine. He'll have a showstopper for the next and final round. All he has to do is get involved, and, well, you know, Sayonara, always keen to. 12-11. One last round in regulation. We are either haven bound or another overtime to decide these teams' fate.
Again, thinking back to their last victory on this map versus Foot, and it was him that took them over the line. Some high impact moments, a showstopper that ended up with a double kill. And he's got one coming into this round.
Well, I wouldn't say no issues, but certainly not anywhere close to the level we saw in the previous couple of rounds. Well, big streak from Heretics, the 5 out of 6. Now we come to just one more needed, but it's been 2 in a row for Vitality. Another will give them overtime. Showstopper is the tip of the spear here, and that's danger now. Benji's got to run, he drops down, and boom! There for 2, make it 3! And that just might be the play that Heretics needed. Prophet surrounded and dealt with, and in their final hour, an end zone flawless answers the call. Heretics all the way to map 5.
It's crazy. Mr. Impact once again. Even was one of Heretics' best. You go on recency. Vitality should be taking this. There truly is no better place to find as a middle ground. One of these teams is taking that trophy home.
This is what an entire stage of play has come down to. Yumpy, the one to draw first blood for Vitality. And look how quickly Durka is pushing up behind. He won't go any further with the trap in play, but he'll contain them. He'll keep this stack in play towards the side of Chronicle. Prophet, Yumpy, all turn up. A sea of cyan and an end zone flawless for Vitality in round one.
Yeah, one hell of a clean start. Of course, the fact that Durka had them locked in allowed them to just stack up on this side of the map. But that's exactly how you want this defense to go. I mean, he was talking about it on the desk that, like, the attack side.
Hey, Bob! Are you prodigy?
Sit them down, boys.
Yes, boys!
So as I was saying, the attack side has been their favored for sure. But there's been talk throughout of what this means to both of these teams. They're both qualified. Maybe there's some points. But the fact is, you see it in the players. This has been a slog. No one wants to go home at the end of all of this, after hours and hours of play, empty-handed. And for one of these teams, that will be a reality. For Heretics, a reality they have had to deal with many times before. But at the same time, the expectation that was placed on Vitality's shoulders, I think even a second place will be enough for them to get memed. A super team that doesn't win, I don't think you call that a super team.
And most importantly for them, avoiding the chance to get grouped when you go over to London. Yuppie. That was risky. That was scary. Boo took a lot of space at just the right moment. Got up real close, real cozy. Nice shot. Oh, it's actually a little bit too deep. Koshmaris is still sitting pretty, and now the pistols are close. I do get a bit worried, and you can see why. Sayonara, even 21 HP, he'll fall too. It's getting costly, and Koshmaris now with a recovered rifle. Could be even more so, but that wrap around from Durka, he's been wandering all around, but not all those who wander are lost. Koshmaris! What a Red Bull clutch! He found the final man! And the round for Heretics, gold dust out of nowhere.
Yeah, take your worries about this being a blowout and throw them out the window. We didn't even get to round 3 without having a back and forth. Koshmaris, a man who didn't even get a full stage under his belt. It's something Heretics have talked about. They have gone from a tier 3 to a tier 1 jump. And let's just say he looks like he fits right in.
Yeah, he's all right. You know, you tell me on week 2, I'm going to be looking at him with these kind of performances consistently as well. I will call you a fool and a madman. I might have you escorted out if I could. I don't think I have that power. But as I said in the previous, or I think 2 maps ago, watching him grow as a player, or grow in comfort in this roster, it's not like he's suddenly become this good. He was this good when they scouted him, I'm sure, but definitely didn't deliver on the stage the first time around. Change of roles, Neon Jail, and he has looked very comfortable there.
Oh yeah, maybe he'll get, if they are going to move away from the Neon, a little bit of extra time to practice. Might hold more weight than you think. Even still, for Vitality, if you're just joining us, firstly, where have you been? But there are no free rounds in this game. There haven't been for a long, long time. Maybe go back to Pearl. You can just about see it on your screen. There was 1 or 2 rounds that looked easy. Just as Durka trying to make it over the trip.
30 seconds left.
It always seems to get tougher.
Oh my goodness. Gosh, Maris, the timing there was absolutely spectacular. Ult online as well. An insult to injury for Vitality, the squad that started this one with a pistol round, an in-zone flawless. But now Heretics have returned to them just 2 rounds later. The lead for Heretics as well. And I'm already seeing a reason to be scared of them on Haven still.
Yeah, he's even gonna steal away what was the one weapon that was invested into, so he's upgraded his Bulldog, although with how he's just played the last 2 rounds with the Bulldog, I don't even know if that is an upgrade. 2-1. Overdrive online for Koshmaris, as if he wasn't scary enough already with 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. And for the defenders, a couple of ults getting close. Not quite online just yet. Durka tempted to try and challenge. But with a multitude of players and even an orb picked up for Rians, They're just going to fade away from what was some initial skirmishing towards C.
Lost info on C with players possibly right behind that smoke on C long. Vitality, look for information. Reveal sent up. Heretics, only now making it to long, have timed this perfectly. They've avoided the first piece of initiator utility, and they've gotten a good tag onto Yumpy, who's sent falling back to the A side. He also, I think he only saw one, possibly two, crossing there. And with the drone being heard, I think that would be the second confirmed. It seems like Vitality are going to gamble on this, rotating over quite heavily already, and that's not the right play. We can see an immediate change of direction coming in from Heretics.
Yeah, this is looking like the perfect outplay. It's just going to come down to how long they take. Koshmaris really selling this ruse, but the fact is the ruse was already sold. Even still, though, he's going to find that opener, look to make this costly and just hold them into the site. He's done his job, but Chronicle is still here. He's managed to catch them on the cross. This battle between him and Benji might be everything, and it didn't even look like he was peeking. It looked like he was already back behind. Positioning, Dirk has done well, and Sayonara is there to close. It looked like Vitality had fallen for the ruse, hook, line, and sinker, but Chronicle slowed them just enough.
Yeah, a crucial shot from Chronicle on the cross, and I think then you see some risks taken. Frankly, I don't know how Benji hit the shot we're about to see from him. Like, explain that to me. Explain how the human body can process what it's seen there, react with that level of precision. It makes no sense.
No, that's a big one.
2-2. Every round's a big one at this point. The last 4 maps, the last however many rounds. You said after the first 2 it shrunk to a best of 3. Well, now we're at a best of 1. We all know how random those can be. Fatigue, doubt, and more mistakes. All but likely. An aggressive push-up from Dirk already, but he is going to be forced back just by the cam. A fairly deep position, already claimed as well by Boo. But they are now looking for this. Not just going to allow him to have that space for free, but he is going to hear a lot of the steps around long. The drone, he's not going to be able to capitalize off Yumpy, and actually that spot feels a lot more important than it might seem. Forces them back in the other direction, but that B site, Mitch, is relatively open.
It is, but Sayonara can play through this smoke. He has the ult to work with and the flash if he just wants to go straight on in, and that's exactly what they'll do. Hunter's Fury sent through, but Heretics, they adjust so quickly, sending it instead to the C site, but Chronicle's still in position. He's going to hold strong for the first, and he's not the only man here. Profex in the smoke, dodging the reveal. The wrap around a little late. The plant's already come through, but it gets him more! No! It only gets him 1! Somehow, what's happening? Heretics have got the upper hand with Woot striking in the back lines. Koshmaris on a sliver of health now, the last man standing, and Vitality recovered. But that was a chaotic round with so much opportunity for Team Heretics that just never got realized.
It's just crazy. The moment from Woot caught me off guard, like where he's just somehow sat behind them. Makes absolutely no sense. He was able to get into that position, but then the fact that they only get 1, the fact that Koshmaris lives for this amount of time. Yeah, just look at it from his point of view. It's manic. And the fact is, nice! That's enough to give Vitality the lead.
Nice! Nice step on!
1 round to the good. Are the defensive side. Heretics now trailing, seeing their lead slip. Let's check in with Team Heretics.
Yes, you can go though.
Yeah, careful trap.
I shook there.
Morning. Go. No one right, no one left.
Healing. Guys, the plants, guys. Go fight healing if you can.
Yeah.
I take backside. Guys, they have me on ult.
Neon and Phoenix, one healing. Okay.
They'll Baron A.
I'm gonna
ult
watch you
them.
guys.
There you go.
I'm watching your garage.
Baron A sitting.
Healing still. I'm coming side.
They're close healing.
I'm gonna come side. I'm gonna cage. I cage A-Link and go out.
Can you go out?
Caging. I'm anti.
I'm anti as well. I'm blind.
Thanks, Seth.
I'm sitting there.
Hold A-Link now. Hold A-Link.
Yes.
I'm ulting. Pick on me now. Pick on me.
Yes.
Yes,
My ult.
fine there.
I'm dead. Leave me, I'm salt. Please, sell me.
Yes.
Sell me.
I will drone
Give me
for you.
sounds, yes.
Okay, I will just clutch, never mind.
Might have a smoke.
Give me
Yes.
sounds.
I drone it, okay?
Well, I thought we were listening in to them, their comms in a lost round. It certainly looked like it, but it really made that work from backside. Really nice stuff. The one thing I will say is Benji saying, all right, peek off me, peek off me. Rian's just stood in the open, just challenging them.
Well, I think there's a moment where he literally goes like, all right, don't worry, I'll just clutch. Like, that was it. It was after that second kill. And it's safe to say, throughout this series, there have been plenty of moments where Rian's
Let's go.
has been missing. He hasn't had the best of games, but they're here and now, and those are the moments that can define heartbreak once again, or finally, an EMEA trophy. Both teams battling tooth and nail. A drone sent through Koshmaris. If he's going to play through this, it seems like a pretty hefty gamble. There are a multitude of players here, and they are walking into the blender. Woot makes it past, and that might just be enough. He's still fighting on his own. The other two players are only just making it there. Benji has arrived finally, but he's now been dealt with. Left into a clutch again.
The flash.
Sayonara up top. The flash leaves him completely blind. The Chronicle now in position to try and help Low, and the Bucky from there doing damage, and he's going to get taken down by the Blaze. Nat said during the intro to this map, we've seen everything. I think now we have.
I genuinely think we have. You know, there's two things. I've seen the Blaze kill teammates before. I've seen the Blaze get kills when someone makes a silly mistake and walks into it when they're low. I've never seen it used aggressively. He's in the corner. No worries, I'll nade him with my wall. This is beautiful, man. That's insane. He cut him in half with it. Like, oh, you won't see that all too often. A big way to end a round, and that's gotten a timeout from Heretics. The first timeout of this
response, and unfortunately, you do get one as well.
Well, that's it. Yep. A moment to sit down, and we've seen it before where coaches have told us after the game, they called a pause right when I was going to. And that helped us out, gave us a third. Blade Storm up top, really nice. Woot's been having one hell of a series. He's 6-6 right now, so it might seem kind of funny to say in this map, but you think about the rounds where he got those kills. And think about the previous as well. Definitely one of the highlights for Team Heretics in the rounds they've looked good in. With minute 10 on the clock, and this looks pretty direct from the attack side.
Yeah, this is such a weak buy as well. It's Blade Storm, a singular rifle, and then classics on the rest. It really shows how much weight this man is going to have to lift. The flash is good from Sayonara, so is the second as well. Prophet from the backside is able to thrive, but Benji, that singular rifle has come up big. Dirk has flanked, this time has been spotted. And the shot at the fading away Woot. The Chronicle's already back in. Boo drops him and leaves it onto Durka, and they knew where he was, but he's repositioned. Now, bear in mind, you might be looking at the sniper and thinking that's a weakness, but he still have his overdrive.
Both of these players just one hit. He's got 2 barrels and 2 targets. Durka, not a man to count out, but the angle perfect from Woot again. And Amoda Thrifty has given Team Heretics an equalizer. We worried about today that there could be a blowout map, but my goodness, it couldn't be further from the truth. These teams, so hard to separate.
So many rounds from Benji Fishy as well. Boo has been in the mix. I genuinely think if you were looking for the clutcher of the day,
it's not an easy
it's going to be tough.
It's not an easy task.
Even just picking an MVP of the map, let alone of the entire stage, feels like an impossible task. Thankfully, not my job.
You just missed the stat that was the 4th Blaze killed. That's Phoenix's wall, in case you don't know, that we have seen in VCT EMEA. Did it say VCT overall? It might have been overall. I don't remember 4 in EMEA. I remember a team kill. It was just EMEA. Just EMEA, okay. And I think one of those is a team kill, if I'm not mistaken. It was a good time.
Well, it's also an agent that's been around for ages as well.
Yeah,
like, obviously, the play rate right now is higher than it has been in quite a lot of occasions, but it shows the rarity This best of 5 is really looking to show you everything, but the one thing it can't show you is both teams lifting that trophy. Now this round, weaponry-wise, absolutely stinks. There's an ult or two available, but it seems like it might not be the right time to use it with a post plant already guaranteed and an incredibly tough retake, unless Heretics make some serious mistakes.
Yeah, definitely not the round that you want to see those pulled out in. This should be a clean closeout on the retake, and it will be. Only Rian's to follow. I think was already tagged up decently as well. A round win and the lead for Team Heretics, and it definitely feels like their sails full of wind, but the buyback from Vitality is on its way, and that was an easy round, but a good sign still that Heretics won it so cleanly.
Yeah. I think as well that the fact that Vitality didn't gamble any of their ults in. They didn't find the right time to use it, so they now come in with 4. None available on the other side, although a couple pretty close. That Rian's Hunter's Fury, always one to fear. But are they just going to pick up the pace, or is this just again the challenge for the Orb? They baited it out a couple of times, and this time it's way faster. Chronicle, again, he's always been good for one on this side of the map, but they are pressuring him, looking to surround him. He fights forward versus Benji. Knew that he would be waiting on the other side, and he has done an incredible job as the solo site holder.
And this is where sometimes we've seen Vitality play ahead of the pack. A player make a mistake, step out of line, and that wasn't even it. They played together in the garage, but got shut down anyway. Still only Rian's is left, and in the end, the second leg of the retake is left standing. 5-5, neck and neck again. Who's surprised?
Yeah, no, honestly, again, just Chronicle's decision-making was just perfect. Knows that he's going to get surrounded. Here's the footsteps of Wu coming and goes, okay, Benji has been outside of this door every single time. If I kill him, I have some space. I can hold the ground and play retake. That is perfect play from the Sentinel of Vitality, and someone that has been under serious pressure in this map with the amount of C hits we've been seeing. 5-5, the victor of this half, very much still up in the air. Even a pistol didn't give them any sort of advantage.
Early mid push from Vitality, or at least some presence there. You can see we're on board with Durka. You had Sayonara waiting to flash out of the door as well. They see no contact, and at 1:30 or so, they call for that wrap to the A side.
It's a good read.
And the rotate around is going to be a 4-man stack up. I mean, just a little bit of early aggression, and this is what it's gotten them. A big numbers advantage when push comes to shove, but they're already in, already on the back side. Team Heretics have been stopped, and the rest of the crew miles behind.
Well, also, Dirk has been tagged down to 5 HP, Sayonara as well. Like, this might look even, but one team came out victorious. The spams would be enough. The shock dart definitely would, but Dirk is managing to dodge it all. Still trying to find an angle he can fight for. Instead, it's Boo spamming that kills off Sayonara. Even still, Chronicle's here again. Now they know that both players are within this site, but they're still pushing. They're still going forward. The TP is a ruse, and a nice shot from Rient. Just trying to fake out the idea that he's gone to the other side of the map, but Chronicle hasn't bitten. His read is that they're still here. He's tucked into the corner, but Rians will check it anyway. Another Rians round, and at least an even half for Heretics.
That's so big. Catching that kill on this Sayonara, I think it was Sayonara, right? It peeked backside.
Yeah.
Look at that. They saw the flash go through, and Boo just spams through the box as well to find it. How did he see him? How did he see him?
Nice,
it makes.
Bro, you're not good. Nice, nice.
It makes no sense. He may well be the GOAT. 6-5. The attack side has the lead, but I'm expecting to be even at the half, even with a mixed buy from Vitality.
Who knows at this point? Trying to predict this round. Feels like an impossibility. Profek up top, though, is cleared. A great start from Kosh Maris. Hunter's Fury. It almost feels like you need to get something from it. A tag onto Wu.
I know exactly.
The run through from Kosh Maris is dealt with. Bear in mind that Sayonara is incredibly low. This time his Blaze will just have to be used for some health. Marians has caught him. The shock dart eliminates. And the plant now in. Even still, Yumpy has managed a fairly important frag, not just for the round, but for him. That's a gun.
A gun and maybe a chance for this round. It's definitely not going to be a save. Nothing left on the table here, but the tucked position of Benji, the first danger dealt with. Chronicle now closes the distance. Yumpy and him swing through together. 2 1v1s essentially on offer. Boo in the cage, it's perfect. That allows him a safe haven from the reveal and a moment to strike onto Kron. He's even seen Yumpy step towards the spike and catches him! The battle Boo back for 2! And it's a 2-round lead at the half!
This man has just been clutching all the way through the game. I said it would be difficult to predict who is going to have the clutch of the game. It's been madness. The fact is, though, Nat's got a very special guest with her right now, and he's here to cheer on his big brother. It's someone you know named Mini Boo.
Nice! What are you doing? Boom, you're the best, though. Good job, guys. We've got this shit.
Yeah, a lot of big cheers at the...
It would be a perfect time to win in Berlin for Team Heretics. Of course, it is only the first half. There is still at least another half to play. And I'm sure Vitality are not giving this one up just yet.
Yeah, better strap in for some overtimes if you're at home. This could be a long one. It's been a tight game all the way through, and now sitting at 7-5. The first shot again goes to Yumpy here in this pistol round. The trades come in. Woot! He's gone in! Right behind them, a second dash online, and he is out. Unbelievable. A plan found, and moments ago it would have been with the man advantage, but now it's with some pieces left to be picked up, and one of them they're looking for is Woot. But he's gone. He's right back to his teammates.
Turkish Jet, something we've talked about since the inception of this game, and yet dealing with it is a whole different kettle of fish. Profek dipping back to a safer position. The Paranoia has missed. That means he gets one for free. Koshmaris ahead of the rest. The dip through. It's Woot again. And now Profek needs to try and save them, but there is no saving them from the hands of Woot. 4 kills in the pistol round. Well, eventually, he's going to get himself the defusal as well. He was too busy celebrating that they had to wait.
He ripped his in-ears out while he was standing up as well. That was... there he is fixing them. He tried...
This is crazy, though. This is utterly crazy. Like, you can't even blame the players on the other side for not reacting. Look at what Chronicle saw. It was like the Flash, except he's holding a gun.
Nice.
If anything, more scary. Do you think this means something to Neozinio?
I think it might. I think it might mean something to Weber. He just did the SOP aura farm in the cam as well. That's crazy. 8-5. What a round. As I said, Woot, he was like 6-6 at one point. It's like, oh, he's had a crazy game. That seems stupid, but it is. He just has these moments where he takes control of the game.
They've invested into this round, so this has to be one where they do damage. They are risking it in this, which is normally an eco round. A chance that could not only take Heretics to 9, but could potentially give them 10 as well, putting them so far behind. Chronicle stepping up, but the trades are coming out. In the 5th map of a best of 5, I'm surprised they're gambling it.
I mean, they got the plant, I suppose, and the idea being to quickly correct the trajectory of this half, but I do agree, it's a bit of a ludicrous investment. The chance for Heretics to run away with this is massive. The Yumpy's shown that he's still towards the C site, but the A plant is coming through. They will have time to work with. The one thing they won't have is a TP now from Profek. He's just used his to get to the site, cautious that there could be someone here. And that means, and did he just use Paranoia as well? I mean, they're so worried about someone holding them from heaven or something that now they have to do this without utility. It has to be dry, it has to be nothing but clean shots from Vitality, and Profek has landed the first. He's done damage on the next, and it's damn close. But Boo, always reliable for Heretics, at least in this map, at least in this series. They make it to 9 as a result and losing that force by. That's a real gut punch for Vitality.
Yeah, they've made it costly.
One enemy remaining.
The question is, does this now start a domino effect?
Nice!
Do you do this again? Because you made it down to just one player. Well, Weber certainly thinks they will. Weber has just called it. And I'll be honest with you, I'm looking at the in-game. He can't see that. They are looking like they're going to force it here. Vitality taking a massive gamble once again. A gamble on a gamble that, again, could set them up. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I want to hear what they're talking about in this risky round.
Yeah, and I will just drone and we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful, judge again.
Do the flash again.
I'm ready to do flash.
Smoke garage.
Close left, judge, close left.
I'm only him.
Yes.
Close left. You're alone.
Minus 80 Cypher.
Put the catch. He is leaving. He's leaving. I'm holding plat. I'll try to maybe kill the guy if he was
Guys,
collected.
I just want to slide
Yeah,
the
wait,
PK.
guys, we freeze, yeah. We're freezing in mid. I think David will
Cypher
take
minus
it.
80.
Can I slide PK link?
Oh.
Pick me already.
Cypher
The left
1
seat,
HP
the left
now.
seat potential.
Cypher 1 HP now.
David, just come garage with me. I'll jump for you.
Wait, I smoke window. I'm
3,
ready.
2, 1. They left garage. They left C. David, stay keep garage. Give me, or I keep.
Yeah. Box it. Box it with judge. Wait, I paranoia. I cannot play. Oh no, they broke it from far away. Flank way.
1A.
Jet. They drone in garage. They drone in garage.
They recall garage. In 16 I have smoke, bro.
They will group up CT most
I'm holding
likely
CT.
now. Yeah, this is good.
Be careful garage walkout, bro. Yeah. I'm just playing close, bro.
This is good. Garage 1.
Holding garage. Default dashed out.
3 garage.
Cryptics.
I'm dead, bro. Plat one.
You got this, David.
Plat. And see.
Let's go, boys.
Oh, that's how the round closes out with Woot again being the one to strike that final blow. Team Heretics double digits now, and for Vitality, gamble after gamble has not paid off. They will call a timeout, their first of this map, as they trail by 5.
Yeah, they put themselves in this position. They forced themselves to force. And now they sit on the precipice of either having to triple down on their decision or take it.
Heretics can finally write their name amongst the others. It's a short list. It might be, it is about to get a little bit longer, be it their name or their opponents. Nice little swap out from Benji there. Shock dart sent out for nothing.
Look at the investment here. I wonder if this was the main crux of the decision to take a pause, maybe to stem the bleeding Woot. He has had some crazy rounds already in this map. It's looking like vintage Woot on Haven. Miniboo might be sat in the crowd, but he has seen this man tear teams apart, but this time it's only the one, and that's a rifle into their hands. That trade was worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, it's the problem with taking a risk like that. Woot very regularly in this series getting away with it.
Sayonara can ult.
Drone get a tag? No, and Sayonara will run through off the back of the tag as well. Plenty of info to work with, but Rienz holds strong on the other side of the smoke. Rotates come through. Now there's 4 players here. Vitality look to go forward. No flashes to get out of the smoke. Instead a reveal for the back, but Sayonara, Profect, Yumpy, everybody's here, but so is Koshmaras! A judge has just slid in for a double in a 1v3. This man makes the impossible possible as he dives down, swapping places with Profek, but he's the one that needs to defuse. The pressure is on Koshmaras. He's the one that should be caught without a weapon in his hand. Profek drops the smoke so that he can drop inside it, but waiting down below. Oh, it's Kosh! One missed shot, and that's all it took to give Vitality a chance.
I don't think I've ever seen a clutch like that, where one jumps out the window and the other appears within it, literally trading places. But my God, did Koshmaras make this one close?
This is insane.
I don't know how. Again, he gets away with stuff like this. And you can see the reaction. It's Profix I want to see. Like, that wasn't one of elation, it was one of relief.
That looked like a man who just learned how to unclench. Fair play to Profek, a big round, and it could not have come at a more important time for Vitality. And even there was that spark from Koshmaris. There was that chance for a 1 round to turn into a loss. Good
it's
stun.
A stack.
Great stun, in fact. Already on backside is Durka. It's free as can be. He's found a second before going down. That is the job done, or so it should be. The Blade Storm, though, proves to be deadly in the ranks of Woot! My God. My God. Oh.
There's nothing that can be said. Just watch this man play. Enjoy it while it lasts. That is the play of a man that wants this victory more than anyone else. A man that 2 years ago joined this team. Do you remember when he joined?
I don't remember my name after watching that. It was in full. They didn't need it. They didn't need it. They needed one man. His name is Woot. His name is seared into the memory of every Vitality fan now. 2 rounds for Team Heretics to finally lift a trophy in EMEA, to finally break that curse. And what a time to do it as they're set.
What is this?
To head to an international.
They've cleared this angle before, but they've definitely not cleared it with a bloody Odin. Well, they know he's there. They're even going to try and Hunter's Fury. Honestly, valid. Yeah,
nice
valid.
job.
Yeah, do it. He's caused you nightmares. Maybe not as many as Woot will. This is a response from Vitality. Rian still gets one back. And Woot is still alive. Alive and kicking, it seems. Sat at the back of the site, and honestly, after seeing that Cloud Burst, yeah, go the other way. Screw it. Don't walk into Prime Woot. Don't walk into a guy that has made everyone on the international stage fear him at a time. Playing a team with a stand-in and finish second at an international event. Do not face that man. Avoid him at all costs.
30 seconds left.
It does, however, mean that they're going into an A site with Boo within it. It's going to be revealed, though. They'll know exactly where he is. And they'll know exactly where everyone is, in fact.
Good work to start with. That spam coming through.
It's their own
from
device.
Chronicle. Having picked this up off the corpse of Koshmaris, it's come back to do some damage, but nothing damning just yet for Team Heretics. That, on the other hand, is certainly a blow. Woot, the big man, taken down, and now, well, fleeing is the only option for Boo, but even then, is it an option? Durka can be on his tail so quickly, but Durka's already got his ult. It ain't worth it. Instead, Yumpy, stinger in hand, sent to find this man. Boo has to be silent if he wants to sneak his way out of this round, but they've heard him. They've heard the jump, and now Yumpy is locked in on his position. An easy kill and a rifle upgrade for Yumpy. Big win for Vitality. 4 rounds behind, though. One misstep, and the mountain they seek to summit will eat them alive.
Yeah. Normally, I might question a solo ult thrown in onto just one player, but honestly, with how irritating Koshmaris can be, I don't mind it. For Heretics, right back into the mud. A couple of rifles to play with. Their double duelists will be the ones picking it up. And early door spams, which, well, almost force Benji to fall back, but they have managed to claim a lot of space. This double duelist sat far forward, but a much more default round from Vitality. Now they have the advantage, not wanting to take any risks.
No surprise there's someone in that close left corner, but they haven't spotted him just yet.
Careful.
And Woot steps out. They thought that they found the guy who pushed
He's
A long,
baiting.
but there was 2, and now they've swapped positions. Koshmaris
paranoia.
up close, but he is the sacrificial lamb. Team Heretics still have that rifle on Woot, and he is, for a moment, was looking to get aggressive on A long, but instead he'll stay tucked in. It's not an easy position to find value from, tucked in that corner. And the flash from Sayonara goes the other way. Woot's able to deal with the ult. He's able to step his way out of there, but the spam, well, it makes it easy for them to fire right back. Durka deals with Boo, and now a 4v2. Pistols on the other side, and Shock Dart does some decent damage. Profek is low. There's definitely some chances. There's not really any chances anymore.
11-8. An expected round. I think the main thing for me is that we talk about teams making mistakes and how in moments, especially where things are slipping away from you, it can go wrong. Not in this round for Vitality. I think the most important thing is that they check for Koshmaras, because he actually had a rifle in that corner. That was a dangerous position, and they paranoid through the wall,
we want this.
and they clear it. Due diligent. And most importantly, narrowing the gap to just 3.
My eyes are done.
Definitely looked like Heretics already did the hard work in getting up to 11. But we said long ago that this seems to be a series with no easy passage. For Vitality, that proved true in the previous map. For Heretics, perhaps it will prove true closing this one out. We move with a minute 10. Still that aggressive spot, and this is something Vitality have been clearing every single round, but not without its costs. If I'm not mistaken, it's Yumpy twice in a row getting picked off on that corner.
It's an irritation, but one that hasn't been fatal.
This is the problem.
TP to the back of the side. Oh, okay. He left it to the last second, but did cancel. We're just seeing how much they could get away with, but of course that was the spike. Maybe wanting to try and create some sort of nasty post plant. Benji, though, still within the corner, but...
You know where he is?
Yeah, that's given the game away, and now escaping might be difficult. Had to jump back. Sayonara's just running it down. TP denied. The spam, Sublime, Shorty in hand, but it's not going to work from that range. Woo, close enough. Bye, but he's being spammed out. Needs an immediate kill, and Durka makes sure there's no opportunity. And of course, Boo was miles away. He was hoping to TP into that back corner. Now all he can really do is just survive.
You see Wood in that position, surrounded by 3 on the site. They know he's there, and something in the back of my head says he's going to get a 3K. He's about to pop off, but they've dealt with the danger. They've sent Boo to save, and 9 will be found. This gap closing in bit by bit. I can't even remember where we're at with timeouts. If I'm not mistaken, I think both teams might have 1 left each. Could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure Heretics still have 1. And if they do, thank you, Jack. Well, thank you, Jack. Our producers let us know that, or in-game director technically, that it is Heretics have 1, Vitality have none. They've used theirs on the climb back in. I do expect, anyways, the point of it is Heretics to call a timeout soon. It should be either now or the next round as things are starting to spiral.
The fact is, though, and it's something that we've spoken about quite a lot, is the impact of the pauses from the other side. Again, Vitality start their climb back after the pause, after their risky force by back and forth. That was where they found their footing. And well, you said it would be soon. Maybe it's sooner than you think. It is right now. The final pause of regulation has been called for Heretics. 4 of the last 5, 3 in a row.
As the barriers will go up any moment now. The defense, they don't stand much of a chance. Obviously that Odin brought through, but the rest will just be pistols, calling the timeout here to give them a chance of taking this, but maybe even move towards info gathering, testing. And the test has failed towards a long and immediate shutdown from Durka. And again, the brakes to be pumped by Vitality. You expect nothing less in a round like this.
We'll also think back to when they're versus the low buy. It was that C-side aggro push, fast pace that ends up falling apart because they walk into a stack. Being the slower, more methodical, more structured of the teams is exactly how they should be playing. But the way that this started out wasn't quite like that. But it seems once again that the second Vitality need to bounce back.
Camera taken out.
They have been. Now, unfortunately, for the side of Heretics, they have gambled completely wrong. Benji will be here in time, but look at his weaponry. It is not the gun to have, or maybe it is. If they're gonna go running through his cages, maybe it is. But thankfully, Yumpy will spam through and end any more danger.
To be honest, in this round, I hate the push-up from Chronicle. It's such a big risk, and look how quickly Heretics try to pounce on him. Realizing there's a weapon to be picked up now, that's going to make its way into the hands of Boo, and a 2v3 is far from unlosable. Durka holding the right angle. He's got the right weapon as well. That Outlaw, one shot to the body for either of these players. The smoke put down to make it uncomfortable for him to take a fight, but the same can be said over here. And Koshmaras dead to rights, as is Boo. He's 1 HP. Lucky not to go down to the spam. He might even make it out of here. Profec's looking the wrong way. Okay, Boo. He's managed to finesse his way to a rifle in the next, you would think. But Profec, he found it in the end, hunted him down 10 to 11. That steep slope starting to level out, but the climb can often be cruelest near the top. This next round, make or break for Vitality.
Yeah, Profec as well. Really has started to take this game into his own hands. 21 and 14. The only man above him is, of course, Woot. As you mentioned, he might go missing for a moment or two, but one away from a Blade Storm, an operator in hand. Again, though, they're being a little bit more aggressive on the other side. Kushmaris being shut down early. They've started to counter him, started to deny him that A space, and Sayonara is going to go looking, but he doesn't quite make it far enough. A little bit of extra info. Durka's missed shot gives Boo a second lease of life. But again, once they get that opener, Vitality are more than happy to just fade away into a default again.
Yeah, they've got control with the traps across the map, and they know that there's two players on the A side. That's the benefit of Sayonara having ran it down with his ult. At this point, the right play is to go elsewhere. Worst case, you run into a 2-stack and some Sentinel utility. Best case, you get the free sight. In this case, B, left open, left free for the attackers. And movement to the C side is where the real danger lies, and that's exactly what they're walking into. Woot strikes again. Now the Blade Storm that previously ended the round. The second it was popped, but Durka, the one to answer back. Benji and Boo won't let this slip though! And Chronicle, the late play through mid, all that stands on this attack side.
30 seconds left.
They've got the credits for the next, but it's about something more than that. Now, in regulation, all Vitality can do is survive. It's Heretics with map, series, and grand final point.
These moments are the ones that
Nice! Take up on seat.
might just be remembered, although the celebration's cut short to make sure they have the weaponry. Boo might be bottom, but that play may have just stopped the bleeding. 4 in a row was achieved. A Hunter's Fury on either side. And that trophy is what awaits. If Heretics can win one of the next two, the fact is, though, it might need to be this one. Their economy is on its knees after the last few rounds, and a loss here might put them in a very awkward spot.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That second place calls for Heretics again, but they don't seem keen to answer this time. Nice tag, Koshmaris onto Durka as well as huge. Yumpy's tagged low. The spam so close for Rienz, and the shock darts will do damage. It's starting to slip away for Vitality, and a hero is needed. Profec up top, spotted. Chronicle helping out, but somehow Profec still unchecked. It comes down to Woot, the man who's bailed them from so many bad situations, now has a chance to claim victory, to win that trophy for the squad. But Sayonara slipped into the perfect position. One more for overtime. One more for Vitality to stay alive.
It really has been a marathon of a map. An OT almost feels deserved after a 5-map thriller. a perfect spot up top. I don't know how he got away with this as much as he did, but even still, it came down to Sayonara to close it. The pressure put on the youngest man in the server with a bright future ahead, but it's Durka, a seasoned veteran, a man with multiple trophies already under his belt, who will start this round off, and with many weaknesses, Heretics need a hero once again.
That buggy, they're scared of it on the other side. Vitality immediately step away, put some distance between them, but that sends them right back into the waiting arms of Rienz. A man who has been a thorn in the side of every team he's faced, but only the one this time when more was needed. Closing in regulation for Heretics means battling against the odds now. Not only are they a man down, but on this site, Boo is all alone, and if Vitality pushed through, they could find a free pick. Instead, Boo almost got it. He's left Chronicle on 20 health. That's a massive start to this fight, but oh no! He didn't get up.
He missed his TP.
He's got to bail, surely. He's not going to stick on site. 26 bullets, 18!
Oh, the blunder could cost, but he's still standing his ground. It's now going to come down to Benji Fishy. Otherwise, OT and all those bad memories might just be coming back. A rifle at least. A gun found. But they are doubling up on his position, and Yumpy does not miss. A 3-kill in the most important round in this best of 5. It takes us to overtime.
Well, any chance of a blowout left far, far behind. This series has delivered. Map after map, OT after OT, and it's fitting that on Haven, Minnie said it was a 50-50. Wow, it couldn't have been more right. Divided right up the middle, and that trophy yet to be claimed. But for Heretics now, letting that regulation win slip in the back of their minds. Second place, it hasn't stopped calling. The phone's still ringing, and they may be forced to pick up.
The Vitality villains. Some people say they shouldn't have made it out of groups. Some people say they're lucky to be here. But the greatest way to silence haters is to win. And that is all they've been doing for the last couple of weeks. A win versus Liquid, a win versus Fnatic, a win versus Foot. And now a trophy.
Take flight.
Sits just a 2 rounds away. 2, the number that has cursed their opponents, but not one they are letting define them. Kushmaris is going to find that opener once again. Durka here with the operator, but no shields, of course, in OT. He's got to be careful.
And that op's already rung out. The shot was fired. Heretics know what they're up against. Kushmaris is very close to that smoke. He got tagged on the way out. Woot's just been tagged as well. Some good damage done. But the advantage still for Heretics, the team that had a chance to close it. Well, they might just have another. Kushmaris even low. He's not low enough. Heretics, just 2 left to take down, and it's Benji Fishy with both of the final blows. An in zone flawless. And another chance to break the curse and claim the trophy.
The next time we see him play will be on a home stage, but this stage has felt like a home for the last couple of years. To potentially end that run with a trophy in Berlin. Well, you've seen the passion from every player. I don't need to talk about it anymore. You've seen it. But here we go once more. Kushmaris now sent to the other side of the map. Bear in mind, he was denied every single time. The Benji's been spammed out through the door. What an opening from Chronicle. Woot's about to have the rest of the squad breathing down his neck. To get out of here seems impossible, and it is. Durka shuts him down.
All this talk about tiredness at the end of the day, I ain't seen it. Not when the rounds are won, not when they're lost, and not when push comes to shove, when fights are happening across the map. It seems there's not an ounce of energy missing. They don't know they've got a free plant here, but we can see there is no contest for Vitality. The plant will be secured all the while Heretics set up for the late round. The problem is that they haven't taken down Chronicle. A trap is still in play towards the spawn, and as they break it, those steps are heard right away. Chronicle's got the information, 2 behind. And the rest might even look, there's a Paranoia in spawn. They're looking to push forward, 2 behind, that means 1 ahead. But a Paranoia of his own has bought Boo a second lease of life, a moment to breathe as Rienz now starts to push to the site. Kushmaris falls though! Everybody falls on Heretics! Another overtime needed. We are going the distance and then some.
It really does feel terrifying to think that someone has to break this deadlock eventually. One of them, after what?
1 enemy remains.
Coming up to 6 hours, will taste defeat. And at 30, do you change nothing? And then your opponents have adapted. Or maybe they haven't, and you get yourself the win. An early molly being set up.
Careful now.
Potential for some damage off it, but other than a little bit of chip damage, most of it has been avoided. Potentially, Heretics just going to go for something a little bit more direct. They have given up the majority of the map, and that has been spotted very early by Durka.
Yeah, he has got so much control now. The thing is, though, that it's not like A is fully stacked up just yet, but now it definitely will be. A flash fired back through, Sayonara not silly enough to swing wide on that. They were waiting. And now Heretics, they have to stop waiting. There's a minute on the clock, and they don't have any control other than what they just had and just gave away. So where do you go from here? 50 on the clock, and it seems like straight up mid to B, but again, thanks to that position from Durka, there's numbers here.
And the drone up from Yumpy. They have the exact idea of where they will be going. There's no one outside C. I've droned through A. The only place left is in towards B. Paranoia immediately sent through. The spams working out Prophet again on this site. Sayonara joins him, but Rienz, Kushmaris are trading effectively. You might have an idea of what they're doing, but can you deal with it? Still, one man stands in their way on C. That's Durka to even things up once again. And with 15 seconds left, the only safe place is that B side, but is it safe for long? Dropping 1, and the wall back, but Benji survives. It seemed like he was dead to rights. Rifle retrieved, and he still takes it home. A Red Bull clutch for Benji Fishy.
That should have been impossible for Benji. So low in that last fight. And that round, that may have been what gave Vitality the win, going on to their attack side.
He almost got collated. That would have been the thing. He could have been dead to rights.
I love you.
He has kept them alive. And you can see the frustration there for Vitality.
Different slams.
That should be a round that they win, but Benji Fishy stands as their savior. Another chance to close this out. I'm losing count of how many times Heretics could have lifted that trophy, but it only has to go right once. And it started out with their best foot forward. Durka deleted through the wall. Another taken down on the wall bang as Sayonara is sent away. It looks like Heretics are on the verge of victory.
Chronicle's gonna walk in. Boo's perfectly positioned. Only 2 stand in their way. 2, the cursed number for Team Heretics. Finding that number 1. And Yumpy and Prophet are all that stands in their way. 40 seconds, and they could find themselves with a trophy in hand, silencing every second place curse for eternity. It will be a thing of the past. It will be a footnote in the history of their victory. but they still need those final two.
For Vitality, a few rounds ago, the mountains really were within reach. But Heretics have come through and buried the path to the summit! 15 rounds! That's what it took! Clutch after clutch, play after play, and with an end zone flawless, they will take the grand final! Heretics